And it is a very warm, or should I say chilly, welcome to the championship brought to you by Orlen here in Šamorín, Slovakia. This will be the 9th edition of the race, the first being back in 2016. We have a record field of over 2,200 athletes racing here today. It is a sold-out event. 66 nationalities are being represented, and these athletes qualified at one of our 35 Challenge Family races around the world over the past 12 months. It is the pinnacle of Challenge Family racing. Our pro athletes here today will be racing for €100,000 prize purse, paying down to 10th place. But as you can see right now, not the conditions we put our order in for. It is quite wet, and I can tell you this Aussie is very, very cold. Coming from at the end of summer back home, I feel like I'm well and truly entrenched in winter, even though it is supposed to be summer here in Europe today. But nonetheless, the athletes are ready, and from all accounts, speaking to our team down on ground, they're actually having a bit of a joke about the weather, so it makes me happy to know that even though we do not have ideal racing conditions here today, it does not seem to be phasing our athletes at all. You can see just a little bit of rain. We are anticipating that this rain will subside. We did predict rain for the first hour or two this morning, but you can see it is only a very, very light drizzle right now. Air temperature right now sitting at 11 degrees Celsius, although I am sure with the rain it is a little chillier than that by feel. Water temperature sitting at 12.6 degrees Celsius. And so welcome to everyone here today. This is Belinda Granger here in studio. I do have my partner in crime, Julian Mainhold, down on ground. He will be down at the swim start interviewing some of our professional athletes before they make their way into the swim. Now, just an update for all of you watching online. Because of the conditions here today, as I just mentioned, water temperature sitting at 12.6 degrees Celsius, air temperature sitting at 11 degrees Celsius. This does mean, because we do follow World Triathlon rules, that the swim will be shortened. We were a little apprehensive that we weren't going to be able to have a swim at all this weekend, but I am happy to report that we will be having a swim, but it will be shortened to 750 metres as per World Triathlon ruling. Now, this is for the safety of our athletes here today. And I can tell you, from walking from our hotel room here to studio, it was on the chilly side. So you can see on screen, the swim will be 750 metres. Our bike, it's actually clocked in at 91.2 kilometres here today, just because we do have a little bit of road work out there on course. So it will be just over a kilometre longer, and of course a 21.1 kilometre run to finish with. Our list of professional athletes wearing bib number 1, and rightly so. He was second here last year, Frederic Funk from Germany. We've got Justus Nischlag wearing bib number 2, also from Germany. He was third place last year. I know he wants better this year. Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark. Bearing bib number 4, Richard Varga from Slovakia. What can I say? He has been one of the greatest, if not the greatest, triathlete out of Slovakia. This will be his last pro race here today. He is retiring, so it is going to be a very, very bittersweet day for Richard. He did actually mention down there on ground that the sky is crying today for him, and I have a feeling it absolutely is. Wearing bib number 7, Kieran Linders from Great Britain. Bib number 8, Tommy Bishop, also from Great Britain. Bib number 9, Harry Palmer, also from Great Britain. Bib number 10, Jack Hutchins from Great Britain. I think it's the British National Championships here today. Wearing bib number 11, Jesper Svensson from Sweden, and in bib number 12, Felipe Acevedo from Portugal, also racing for the UAE. He is getting married next week. Florian Angert wearing bib number 14, Andre Kubo, also from Slovakia, in bib number 16, Henry Schoeman, all the way from South Africa, with bib number 18. Bib number 19, Will Draper from Great Britain. Bib number 21, Finn Grosser-Fresse from Germany. In bib number 22, Kurt McDonald from Australia. Bib number 26, Marius Berkeset from Denmark. Bib 29, Hannes Butters from Germany. Watch to see him lead the swim early on here today. Thomas Davis from Great Britain, bib number 31, and Itamar Eshed wearing bib number 33 from Israel. wearing 36, Nicholas Gilbert from Canada. 37, Jonathan Gusselin from Switzerland. He just set that stunning 6-hour record around the track only last weekend. Bib number 39, Simon Huckstein from Germany. Bogdan Kovalenko in bib number 41. Thomas Ott from Germany, bib 49. Henry Rapov from Estonia, wearing bib number 50. 52, Brennan Smith. Bib number 57, Frederic Webb, also from Great Britain, and rounding it out, bib number 59, Thomas Sala from Poland. So it is a great field, a very deep field of professional men racing here today. You can see them down online now. That looks like Kieran Lind is there, front left of screen. And we do have my partner in crime, Julian Meinhold, down on ground. Let's see if we can catch up with him down on ground to see if he can interview some of our professional athletes.
Happy to be down here on ground, Belinda. It is chilly, it is freezing out here, a slight wind going on. As we can see, our pros lining up here. And I have some guys I can talk to. Richard Varga is one of them. And yeah, maybe, Richard, it's going to be a last race. You said you're retiring. Give us an insight to your feelings.
Yeah, it's pretty emotional for the last time lining up with the best athletes on the world. So looking forward to it, and I wish them all the best.
And do you feel any pressure, or what were your last thoughts before such a race? What are the plans for that?
Yeah, it's always pressure to race at home, but at this time I just want to go in and enjoy the race and just have a big smile on my face. And just live in the moment, and yeah.
You will do, and congratulations on such a great career, and now just enjoy the last race for that.
Thank you for a challenge, for everything, for all the take care of me for the years I was racing here and international, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Let's have a look right behind. We have Justus Nieschlag also here. Justus, good morning. How are you feeling? How are you doing? A shorter swim, is that something that doesn't taste well to you?
Yeah, I would prefer the longer swim, but in the end it's the same for everyone. So yeah, it stopped raining now, nearly. So hopefully it will dry up very soon on the bike, and yeah, let's see.
Does it somewhat affect your tactics that you might do before the race?
I think not really. Maybe there's a big bunch because it's not really stretched after the swim. So I think you need a good transition to be in front, because then it's easier to stay in the position and you don't have to overtake with the big gaps. So yeah, I think that's maybe a little change.
Well, gonna be interesting to see. Great to have you here, Justus Nieschlag, and good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Yeah, right on the other side, Kieran Lindars was here somewhere before. Kieran, maybe, good morning, first of all. Kieran, British weather, you like it?
Yeah, this is another day for me, so yeah, it's another day.
So does that higher your chances of a win today, or change in any way?
Well, it's going to be a very tough competition. There's lots of changing environmental factors, the wet, the wind, to be very important for positioning. So I think with the shorter swim, it's going to be quite tactical. And then it's going to be those that are smart with the race that I think will come through towards the end. So hopefully I'll be one of them.
Are the winds playing a big role on the bike for you too?
I think for me, not so much. But for some people that are either not used to it or that are running particularly aggressive setups that might catch the wind a bit more, then they might struggle. But I think I should be okay.
We're sure about that. Kieran, it's great to have you here. Good luck for the race. It's going to be exciting.
Thank you very much for having me.
If we have a last look, maybe we can find, there he is, one of our big contender, Freddy Funk from Germany. Shorter swim, a man who can ride the bike really well on a windy course. Isn't that a perfect setup for you today?
Yeah, I would still wish it would be the regular swim distance, but obviously we all prefer to not spend so much time in this cold water. But yeah, I hope it's going to be really windy on the bike. Ideally, we have headwind on the second half. And yeah, I think the cold conditions probably suit me well. So yeah, looking forward to the race.
You were third 2 years ago, second last year. Isn't it a logical consequence to win this year?
Yeah, of course. Like I said already before this race, that's the aim. And yeah, I hope I have enough to do so.
A battle with Justus, friend of yours, ahead. Where will you meet during the race? On the bike course or later on?
Yeah, I'm sure we will see each other on the bike course, and yeah, then yeah, let's see who gets the better today.
All right, good luck, Freddie. Great to have you back here and have a good race.
Thank you.
So yeah, those are pro min athletes gonna lining up here. We have now, well, a little less than 4 minutes to the start. As said before, a shorter swim it is. We have no turn anymore. We just go straight ahead, the canal right out, and then, yeah, exit into transition area 1. As said, the rain has stopped a little bit, but set to start again later on. And yeah, the winds, they are playing a big role. It's freezing cold. I'm wearing a jacket, but it's really, yeah, fresh. But we are ready for start, Belinda. I give it back to you.
Thank you very much, Julian. I have to admit I'm very, very happy to be snug as a bug here in the studio where Julian is down on ground. Being German, he's far more used to these conditions. And you can look at that wind. It's already started to really pick up here in Chamarin. The trees are blowing. And as he said, with the way that this bike course is here, it really will play into the hands of the Uber bikers, and we do have several of them to speak of. We know that Frederic Funk is very, very strong on the bike, as is Christian Hogenhaug, and look to see both of those men take control of this race reasonably early on, I would say, on the bike. We don't expect them to be out in front in the swim. We've got some incredible swimmers here today. Hannes Butters, Richard Varga, Henry Skuman, Justice Nischlag. We do anticipate that these athletes will be first out of the swim.
Wearing number 10, Jake Hutchins. Wearing number 9, his countryman from Great Britain, Harry Power. Another British athlete, wearing number 8. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Thomas Bishop. And we are around the British athlete, wearing number 7, ladies and gentlemen, Kieran Leaders. CEST, the last professional race. Slovakia triathlon legend, running number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Richard Varga. One of the fast Danish athletes, wearing number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Christian Hogenhaug. And now, Germany representing Justus Nischlag, wearing number 2. Wearing number 1 from Germany. He's been multiple times on the podium here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Frederic Funk. Hey! And I would like to now invite all professional male athletes to the start line. Okay, go. We are 1 minute to start.
So we have 1 minute till the start of this year's edition of the championship presented by Orlen. First edition way back in 2016. It has grown into one of the most incredible events, the pinnacle event for Challenge Family. We've got some incredible athletes racing here today. As I said, some of the best swimmers in the world. Hannes Butters from Germany, our young gun at only 23 years of age. We are anticipating him to lead this race here today. And they are off. So our professional men are now underway here in Chamarin, Slovakia. It's a fast and furious start now that the race is only 750 meters. Look to see Hannes Butters take control early, along with Richard Varga. Of course, Richard Varga and Henry Skuman, both from short course backgrounds originally. They used to dominate ITU racing back in the day. So we know that these two are going to be right up there with Hannes, along with Justice Nischlag, also originally from a short course background. It's going to be an incredibly emotional day for Richard Varga from Slovakia, the greatest triathlete ever. He has left such a legacy here in this country. Johnny Brownlee, one of his training partners from a long time ago, was supposed to be here racing with him today. Unfortunately, Johnny came down with a little bit of sickness, was unable to race, but I know that Richard spoke to them both to Ali and Johnny yesterday, and they both said they were so sorry that they could not be here for his last race. But they joked with him and said, but at least we brought the weather. So big shout out to the Brownlee brothers. I know that Richard was a very important training partner for them. The three of them were inseparable back in the day, and they were a force to be reckoned with. And you can see right now the swim two distinct groups. We've got one group that has chosen to swim very, very close to the shoreline down the Danube Canal that they are now swimming in. And then we have another group, actually another single athlete that has decided to stick to the middle of the canal. Now, just to let you know, we have got athletes in special swim cap colours. Frederic Funk wearing a red cap, Justice Nischlag in the orange cap, Christian Hogenhaug in a purple cap, Richard Varga in a silver cap, Kieran Linders in a pink cap, Tommy Bishop wearing the white cap, and of course on screen right now, as anticipated, thank you Torsten Rade for your notes, your numbers. They help me greatly. Of course, it is Hannes Butters wearing that yellow cap, and as you can see, Hannes doing Hannes things. He's only young. He's the youngest in the field at 23 years of age. He is not afraid to take the race by the horns. He said in the interviews yesterday that he would be swimming as hard as he can and riding as hard as he can. He said one day it'll pay off for him. I remember watching him last year at Challenge St. Polten. I didn't know too much about him. And all of a sudden, here was this young kid absolutely annihilating the swim, riding off the front by himself. Daylight was in second. He ended up fifth that day, so was run down by four other athletes. But remember, he's only 23 years of age. He's got a huge future ahead of him. And that looks like the silver cap of Richard Varga right behind. So Richard Varga lining up here today, his last pro race. He was going to officially retire at the end of last year. He was over at Laguna Phuket Triathlon. It was great having him there. I was there, of course, to do the live coverage. It was wonderful having Richard there. Coming over to race, that was to be his last race. And even though he thoroughly enjoyed himself there, it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel like the end. So he came back home, had a good long think about it, and thought this was the race. This was the only race that was deserving of a last race for the big man. He's been in the sport for a long, long time. He's an Olympian. He was second here to Gustav Iden back in 2022. And I don't think there's going to be a dry eye in the house when he crosses the finish line later on today. His brother is here with him. His beautiful wife, Magdalena, is here. His children are here. All of his fans are here. He has got plenty of fans. He is so loved here in Slovakia. He has his Varga Triathlon Academy. So he has athletes racing, athletes cheering. It's truly going to be a wonderful day. And what a way to celebrate an incredible career in the sport of triathlon.
Before the start, so
of course the dynamics slightly changing, being only a 750-meter swim as compared to 1900 that they were supposed to be swimming. You can see that it's a lot more compact. We thought we would have two distinct groups, that faster swim group, and then a group slightly further behind, containing the likes of Tom Davis, Kurt McDonald, Jesper Svensson, Kieran Linders, Tommy Bishop and Florian Angert, and also Henry Rapo from Estonia, all very, very solid swimmers in their own right. But we've got one long, continuous line of professional men right now with just Hannes Butters up front on his own. His attitude, catch me if you can. But you can see that purple cap there. Christian Hogenhaug having a great swim so far. He's really, really worked on his swim over the last years, and it's paying off. Great to see him up there, right where he needs to be in that chase pack. He is definitely one of the strongest cyclists here today, along with the likes of Frederic Funk,
who was first out of water in
We know
so
Frederic Funk
many occasions. I think,
wearing the red cap,
he was the
orange
most
cap of
the
Justus
time
Nischlag I can
as,
see as well.
World Triathlon races, the first
And the
out of
pink
water,
cap
not
there
just
of
World
Kieran
Triathlon,
Linders.
but also other events, so let's see
So
if
all of
it's,
our main contenders are up there
will be first out of water. But,
in the pointy end of that chase pack. Hannes Butters up front.
South Africa, Henry Skuman, who is also an amazing swimmer. Okay, let's now move on to with interviews.
And of course, our professional women, we have an incredible field of women racing here today as well. They will begin at 8:55, so 15 minutes behind our professional men, and then we have our age group race starting at 9:15. So really good gaps between our professional men, our professional women, and our age group race, which is what we like to see. It will make for a very, very fair race today. We are also employing the 20-meter draft rule. So not just for our professional men and women, but for our entire age group race, it will be the 20-meter rule. It's one of the things I absolutely love about the race here in Shamaran, to make sure that there is fair racing for each and every athlete starting today. There he is, the young German, about to make his way to the finish. Quite bizarre for me to be sitting here and the swim is almost done and dusted. But Hannes Butters up front. We've got Richard Varga leading the way in that chase group.
We are already 8 times.
So as Hannes Butters makes his way
8 years running, becoming
out of the water, great swim from Hannes. Little shake of the head. He survived.
With this setup.
And you can see just shy of 8 minutes. So very, very fast swim for Hannes Butters. As the remainder, we've got Richard Varga, we've got Justus Nischlag right on his heels. Fantastic swim from Christian Hogenhaug. He'll be very, very happy with that. There he is there. Same with Kieran Linders. Sorry, that was Kieran Linders. Here we've got Christian Hogenhaug in the purple. Very close colour. So Kieran Linders in the pink cap, Christian Hogenhaug in the purple cap, but still right together.
Will be distributed between our top athletes, our top professional male and females. We have increased the prize money from last year, the world bonus, which was...
So as our professional men now make their way into transition. We know that swim time was just shy of 8 minutes. Interesting little story. Henry Skuman and Richard Varga, two of the fastest swimmers ever in the sport of triathlon. Back in 2019, they went head-to-head in Abu Dhabi World Triathlon, clocking the fastest elite men's split ever over sprint distance. Of course, they were Sans wetsuits back then, but they clocked in at 8:38 for the 750 metres. As we see, great transition from Hannes Butters. He is on his way to his bike. We know Henry Skuman will also be in that lead chase group. And so while our professional men are now making their way into transition and onto their bikes, we have our professional women down on ground getting ready to start. 8:55 is their start time.
Somos comunidad. Vea podporiť tých najlepších. Výborne, come on, let's go.
We need to go down on ground. Should be doing the women. Where are the women? Go down with Julian. Go. Just leave it another 30, just let's see the men go out. Just keep it where it is. So our professional men making their way out onto the Quintana Roo 90-kilometre bike course. Of course, our swim brought to you by Quintana Roo. Our bike ride here today brought to you also by Quintana Roo. Jasper Svensson very easily Easy to see. He is one of the tallest athletes. You've got Tommy Bishop. Oh, we've got a little bit of a crash there. One of the things with this cold weather is the limbs don't seem to work as well as you would like, but he just needs to stay cool, calm and collected, put that bidon back in. And he is on his way out too. It's one of the things with this cold water is makes it very, very difficult to get started. Tough time warming up. But while our men now head out onto that bike course, we will go down to the swim start with Julian and our professional women.
We're now on ground. Yeah, I have some freezing ladies behind me waiting for their start. One of them is Alana Siffert, still wearing a jacket. Technically clever, I must say. So yeah, any pressure feeling for today? You're one of the favorites today.
No, I'm not feeling any pressure. I'm here to give my best. Very tough conditions today, but I'm here to brave the hard condition and just, yeah, enjoy it.
Shorter swim, a good or bad thing for you?
Oh, I think I'll take it, and we just, yeah, go hard and see.
You will enjoy it. Good luck for you out there. Let's have another look. Ladies waiting here. Elisabetta Corridori, you come from a win last week in Salou. It was much warmer. We both were there last week. You're really freezing. You don't like it, but it's going to be a short swim for you then, quickly out of the water?
Yeah, luckily, because this is really tough conditions. But yeah, I'm really happy to give myself a different challenge this time, and it will be a race like for myself just to conquer the conditions. So this is something new for me.
You will hopefully enjoy it, get through really safe. One last one. Hey, let's talk to a British athlete. She said it's British weather. Maybe that's something she likes. Chloe, we just said British weather, that's something you could enjoy, but you don't enjoy it that much, right?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever swum in temperatures this cold, but we're kind of used to the rain and the cold at home. So yeah, hopefully it's not going to be too much of a change.
You're going to be out of the water quickly and then up on the bike, yeah.
Get the swim over and done with quickly and out on the bike. Hopefully it warms up a bit as well.
It will, yeah. Then enjoy the race as much as you can and have a good race, of course. So yeah, we are close to the start of the swim. That's why I have to hand it back to you, Belinda. We're not in a rush. The ladies are ready and we get going. Back to you.
Thank you, Julian, and a fabulous women's field that we have lined up here today. Of course, wearing bib number 100, Alana Siffert. She was our end-of-year Challenge Family World Bonus winner at the end of 2024. Wearing 101, we've got Sara Perez-Sala. Of course, she has won here before. She knows what it takes to win here back in 2022. And then we've got Hanne De Vet wearing bib 102. Hanne De Vet from Belgium, first time here. Quickly going through these, we are flying through these. Daisy Davies 123, Lily Gelmini from Italy 125, Mintu Hooker 128. Dominika Jamnicki from Canada 129, Carolina Larenthal from Spain 133. And you can see the rest of our professional women. We have got a great field here today. Of course, our favourites, Alana Siffert, Sara Perez-Sala, Hanne De Vet, Elisabetta Corridori, Milan Agnew, Chloe Sparrow, Anastasia Nilsson, Lisa Maria Donauer, Tina Bojolainen, Gabriela Zelenka, Daisy Davies, our top starters. But it will be this woman wearing the red cap, Alana Siffert. She is our favourite here today. Just to go through our cap colours, Sara Perez-Sala, our best swimmer in the field, wearing the gold cap. Hanne De Vet from Belgium wearing orange. We've got Milan Agnew wearing the purple cap. Chloe Sparrow in a white cap. Daisy Davies in yellow. Anna Bergström, while not renowned for her swimming prowess, is the fastest runner in the field. She is in the green cap. And then Aida Rini from Finland in the pink cap.
Good luck, ladies.
And they are now underway. Our professional women, 750 metres here in our Quintana Roo swim.
Professional athletes are on the way. We have to shorten the swim to
Look to see Sara Perez-Sala take control of this swim in a very similar fashion as we saw Hannes Putters from Germany. But we also know that Hanne De Vet, Alana Siffert, Chloe Sparrow, and our Finnish athlete Ida Rini, also very, very strong swimmers. Milan Agnew, another strong swimmer. Great aerial view of our swim down here in the Danube Canal. This race was run in the Danube River. They moved it down here to the canal. Much more controllable conditions for us, apart from the water temperature, which unfortunately we have no control over. So viewers that have just joined in now, the swim here shortened to 750 metres due to a combination of cold water and, of course, even colder air temperatures. 12.6 degrees Celsius for the water and just over 11 degrees Celsius air temperature. And you can see the Danube River over to the right there in that last shot. And we are now down on the Danube Canal. It is a straight shoot swim for our athletes here today. They swim straight down the Danube. There is only one turning buoy, making it very, very easy. It's a great swim. I loved when they made the change down here to the canal. You can see the spectators can basically walk the entire way following the athletes, particularly once our age group race starts at 9:15. Family and friends are able to walk basically alongside the athletes they are supporting. You can see that wind is continuing to pick up. So it definitely will play a part here today for our athletes. It is a deadpan flat bike ride. There is barely any elevation on this 91-kilometre ride. Aerodynamics is everything, and particularly when you throw in that wind and the fact that it is a 20-metre draft rule here today as well. It's certainly going to be a very, very tough ride for all of our athletes. And you can see now, as expected, we have a lead group of women. I did expect to see Sara Perez-Sala take control of this swim a little earlier, but the women not allowing her to get away. It is Sara Perez out in front in that gold cap. But our women's race breaking up a lot more quickly than our men's race did. So looking at our women's race today, Alana Siffert is definitely our favourite to take the win. She had an incredible season last year. She raced 9 times. She podiumed 9 times, including 4 wins and 5 silver medals. She loves to race. She races more than any other professional athlete that I know. She's been based in China with her coach, training with the national Chinese team. She's also been over there with her partner, Max Studer, and both the Deron sisters, so she has a great training group. Some incredible athletes to train with. She's really been working on her swim as well. She comes from a swim background. She's here this weekend with her parents and her brother. Great to have them here. Actually, lots of the professional athletes racing today are here with their families. So a big shout out to all the families that have come here to support today. We love having you here. Actually, interesting story. Hanne De Vet from Belgium, who is here for the very first time. Her parents flew from Belgium to Vienna and then decided they wouldn't drive here. They rented some bikes and they rode here to Chameroon to support their daughter. So great to have Hanne's parents here. Hanne's had an interesting lead into this race. Of course, we know that her partner, Hayden Wilde, had a really, really nasty accident. Hanne had to end up flying over to Japan to help him get back to Belgium, where he underwent surgery. So if you're watching online right now, big shout out to Hayden, sending you lots of speedy well wishes. I'm sure you'll be back on a race start line very, very soon. But great to have Hanne De Vet here for the first time racing at the championship.
We proudly support the Kids Run event, all volunteers and triathletes. Our new mini Horaki introduces innovation in the format.
So you can see a small group is now formed as they make their way to the finish of the swim here. You've got that gold cap closest to the shore, and that is Sara Perez-Sala. You've got the yellow cap of Daisy Davies. I always get tongue-tied when I say Daisy's name. She's had a really, really strong season so far. She was third Challenge Gran Canaria. She led for most of the day there. Still managed to hold on to that podium. But what a swim from Daisy right now. You can see the pink cap there of Ida Rini from Finland. We know that she's also a very strong swimmer. That is the orange cap of Hanne De Vet. So great to see Hanne De Vet. So Hanna has been concentrating on her physiotherapy study. She is studying to become a physiotherapist, so she has been very, very busy back home in Belgium. Been juggling training, study, plus the fact that her partner, Hayden Wild, is now at home, so she's now playing nurse. Actually, I think that Hayden has officially become her first physiotherapy patient. So she's been thrown into the deep end with that one. You can see that white cap there. That is the white cap of Chloe Sparrow. Very, very strong swimmer. She also comes from a swim background. Switched over to the sport of triathlon. She's here with her partner, Will Draper. Will Draper also racing in the professional men's race here today. He had his first professional win not so long ago in Challenge Gran Canaria. Fantastic race from Will. It's been a long time coming. But look at that beautiful long stroke of Sara Perez-Sala. She is an Olympian. She went to the Olympics for swimming, for breaststroke. She made the switch to triathlon. And she's had some incredible results as a triathlete. This is her fourth time racing here. It's one of her favourite places to race. Of course, the flat and fast bike course really suits her strengths. She's a beautiful bike rider. She looks fantastic on the bike. She won the race here back in 2022, as she is indeed our first out of the water. Pink cap of our Finnish athlete.
So we can see first female racer.
And that is, of course, Alana Siffert. So red cap of Alana Siffert right up there. Purple cap, that is Milan Agnew on screen right now. So great swim from Milan. Certainly not the conditions that Milan is used to. She's from Brisbane, Australia, very, very close to where I'm from. We are used to the heat and humidity. But Milan's been here for just over a month, I think around 6 weeks now, training in France with her partner, Sam Laidlow. She's recently switched coaches to Richard Laidlow. So this is the first race under Richard.
We will see who will be the best.
And I know Milan feeling a little nervous, but eager to race, so it's going to be great to see how Milan fares out there today. And that is the green cap of Anna Bergsten. Now, this is really, really interesting. I really want to see what that deficit is. Back to Anna. She is the strongest runner in the field. She was third here last year. She cycled and ran her way through the field, finishing up in third place. She only learnt to swim 5 years ago, if you can believe it. And she's really worked on a swim over that time. I'm pretty sure she would have been the only athlete that was giving a little fist pump when that email went through last night that the swim would need to be shortened due to the water temperatures. As you can see, Hanne De Vet now from Belgium, gloves on, smart move from Hanne there, taking the time in T1 to put gloves on. When the conditions are this cold, your hands just do not want to work properly. So if you can keep those extremities warm, so head, feet, and hands warm, it's a whole heap more comfortable. But great to see Hanne now heading out onto that bike ride. Her parents are here to cheer her on.
Możemy widzieć ten najrychlejszy, absolutnie najrychlejszy żennik, który tu mamy w ramce The Championship.
And you can see there Milan Agnew taking the time to put arm warmers on. Gabriela Zelinka there just handing her kit bag over. Helmet will go on as she makes her way towards her bike. Gabriela Zelinka had a great race a couple of weekends ago in Challenge Cesenatico in Italy, pulling off the win there. It was a great win from Gabriela. Great to see her here racing today. We still have a steady stream of our professional women making their way onto the Quintana Roo 91-kilometre bike course. We have that extra kilometre here today due to a little bit of road work that's taking place on the bike. They have to do this slight dog leg. It's making it slightly longer. You can see many of our professional athletes choosing to wear long sleeves, long fingered gloves. Oh, and you can see now, this is just what happens. We had the same thing happen. Oh no, and look at this. Oh, this is a disaster. And this is Sara Perez-Sala, and it looks like she's broken part of her hydration system there as she fell over. And this is what happens in these cold conditions. You just, the limbs just don't want to work properly. You try and use your hands and they just don't operate. It's almost like there's a disconnect between the brain and your fingers. And we saw that happen in the men's race. We saw it just then with Sara Perez-Sala. So it's going to be interesting if this is going to come back to bite her later on in the ride, because it did look like some of her nutrition, some of her hydration remained there on the ground. You know, when you're in a situation like that, your brain doesn't operate properly, you don't think properly. But good to see these women taking the time in T1 to put gloves on, because it will make a world of difference. As Anna Bergström from Sweden, great swim. She's not that far behind at all. So she's very, very used to being in this position, so it will not worry her at all. You could see she was cool, calm and collected as she left transition. Unlike the other women up front, that there was a little bit of panic, but not so with Anna. She knows what she needs to do. Slowly but surely she will start plucking them off one by one. She's very strong on the bike and she's even stronger on the run.
The next start will be at 9:15.
And so we have our professional men and our professional women now out onto the Quintana Roo 91-kilometre bike ride. Our age group race will be starting at 9:15. Oh, we've got one to go, sorry, one more professional woman. Can you see that? So she actually needed the volunteer to help with her clip. That is what happens. Your hands, your extremities are so cold. They just do not want to work. And she was having trouble doing up her helmet strap. So good to see she's now underway though. And our last professional woman to make her way to the bike. But we will be back with you shortly as we head to a very, very short commercial break. See you on the flip side.
Slovakia. If the future on the Danube doesn't surprise you, then you will be surprised by the past or the present and its plentiful flavours. Be surprised by the easternmost Gothic cathedral, oriental spas and historic strolls. And if you're not surprised by the UFO above a bridge, for sure you'll be surprised that I'm telling you. Slovak cities will surprise you.
Ak by si vozidlá mohli vyberať sami, tankovali by kvalitné palivá od Orlen. Nasledujte kvalitu. Orlen. Spoločne na ceste vpred.
I am really impressed about their performance, mainly here in the downhills, because they have a lot of grip.
For me, it goes back to my love for trail running. I realized that I want to create a shoe which is just perfect for trail running. And perfect for trail running means for me a combination of cushioning with control.
It's a system gear that is providing a next level of control, keeping the best level of cushioning, and is working on all the layers you have between the feet and the ground.
It's the best shoe for off-road running. Rocks, roots, mud, you can just fly.
More you can adapt to the ground, and more grip you have, very simply.
This shoe provides the best level of comfort which you can have on your feet. You can go off the brakes.
You can use also to go to sleep.
Áno, veľa, inéž koľko, vieme, že koľko je tu pretekárov, no, povedz ty, ty vieš číslo, alebo máš to niekde v mobile napísané, že máš to v mobile, hej?
So there you have it, our professional men right now into transition, into T1. It was Hannes Butters indeed who led the way. His swim time, 7 minutes and 53 seconds. We've then got Kieran Linders, Finn Grosse-Fresse, Henri Reipo from Estonia, great swim from our Estonian athlete Brennan Smith, Itamar Eshed in 6th, Thomas Ott, Justus Nischlag, Frederic Webb and Jack Hutchins. So that was into T1. So a very tight group. We are missing Richard Varga, and I do know that Richard is there. Richard Varga was second out of the water. So we know that Richard Varga was right up there in front of Justus Nischlag, as well as Henry Skuman as well. And of course, in our women's race, T1, it was Hanne De Vet, Daisy Davies, Make Voren. Now, you're probably wondering, where is Sara Perez-Sala? You know that she had that little bit of a mishap as she head out onto the bike course, unfortunately falling over her bike. She is out there on course, but you can see quite a ways back. Now, Sara Perez-Sala took time in transition to put a long-sleeved jersey on. And so even though she lost quite a bit of time doing that, it will pay dividends later on today, because the worst thing you want over this 90-kilometre bike ride is to be cold. It is brutal on your muscles. As we now go to the leaders of our race here on the Quintana Roo bike course, on left of screen, it is the young German. So the young German, Hannes Butters, leading the way. He had around 17 seconds out of the water. So great to see the young German doing exactly what he said he was going to do. He's got a great attitude when he races. And you can see one of the things that they're going to have to be really careful as he goes through the first aid station. Those bottles are going to be very, very slippery, because you can see right now the road is wet. I was watching the World Triathlon race over the weekend in Yokohama, Japan, where they had very similar conditions. Not quite as cold as we had here today, but we saw that terrible crash, Cassandra Beaugrand, as she hit the deck very, very hard. I know many of the athletes racing today watched that race, and they will be determined to stay upright. Luckily for us, this bike course is probably the least technical bike course you will find on the circuit. It is very, very flat. There are hardly any corners to think of. A few little bits and pieces throughout town as they leave Chamorin. But otherwise, it is a very, very straightforward course. It is a course that allows athletes that are very, very aero. You can see now Hannes Butters, great position on the bike. He will be pretty much down in that position for the entire 90 kilometres. A couple of days ago, I was lucky enough to interview this young gun, future of the sport. So let's hear what he had to say. We are here with the young gun. He is the youngest in the field at only 23 years of age, Hannes Butters of Germany. We've had Frederic Funk, we've had Justus Nischlag, and now, of course, we've got yourself. We're calling it the German Championship because we think that there will definitely be a German, if not more, on the podium. But this is your first time here. We are predicting you to lead the swim. Is that the sort of pressure that you like coming into the race, or?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's kind of my cards I want to play in the race. But I wouldn't underestimate other guys like Henry Schumann or Richard Varga. And I would be happy if we can maybe build a little group leading a swim, so I don't have to do anything alone. But otherwise, I won't wait of anybody.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I distinctly remember watching you last year in Challenge St. Polten, and you didn't wait for anyone. You had an incredible swim bike there, and I remember I didn't know so much about you back then, and I was scrambling in the live coverage. I don't know much about this young man, and you were brilliant. You ended up in 5th place, of course, but you're still learning over this distance. But certainly your swim bike is right up there with the best in the world.
Yeah, sure. I'm really, really happy with that. My bike swim combo, I'm really confident with that. And yeah, Challenge St. Polten last year was maybe the best performance of my career. And but I hope I can do really well on Sunday as well. Yeah.
Now, we do have 2 other Uber bikers in the group, the likes of Christian Hogenhaug and, of course, Frederic Funk, 2 of the best riders in triathlon over this distance. You're going to have a little, we've got you, predicted you as having quite a sizable lead out of the water on these 2, particularly on these 2. Are you anticipating that you will see them at some stage, or is the plan to keep them behind?
Depending on them, I think. I will play my cards well, and I will do an offensive race, a fast race, an interesting race, straight from the beginning. And I would be happy if I see maybe 1 or 2 guys and we can push the pace again, because I'm sure I'm not here to win the race. I'm here to win the race, but I think for me it's really important to have a bigger gap to a main pack coming to the run.
Well, I think that you're in the perfect position, Hannes, because you are only 23. You're right at the beginning of your career, whereas many of these men are in the middle or towards the end of their careers, and you've really got nothing to lose. And I think that's what I loved about your race last year in St. Pölten. You went in, and I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way, the naivety that you go into a race with is actually works to your favour because you don't have anything to lose. So I love that attitude, and we need more people racing like yourself, because that's what makes racing so exciting.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm really appreciate the way of racing because I'm racing with my heart. Sometimes my mind doesn't follow my heart, so
it's a good thing.
I've blown up on the run a few times in the future, but I'm really good shape, and we worked really good on my run performance, and so I'm really confident for the race on Sunday.
Well, I'll leave you with one little bit of advice. I remember a young man that raced exactly like you did for many years, and he blew up more times than I can remember, but he became world champion many times over. That was Chris McCormack.
Yeah.
And you remind me of him because he went into every race where he just didn't care. He went out, he gave it his all. He raced more with heart than mind, and it didn't work out for him many times until it did.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history. So best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. From our young gun, 23 years of age, Hannes Butters of Germany. On right of screen, we have our lead female, and that is indeed Daisy Davies. So great race from Daisy so far. She's coming off a great race, as I mentioned earlier, from Challenge Gran Canaria, where she finished in third. Last year, she won both Challenge Wales and Challenge Vubaku. So this woman knows what it takes to win. But great to see her having such a great race early on here at the championship. Very, very strong on the bike. We know that Hanne De Vet from Belgium is not too far behind. So Hanne, also a very strong bike rider. Still learning over this distance, I have to say. Hanne from a short course background. I think Hanne, late last week, was unsure whether she was in the sort of mind frame to come and race an event of this caliber. She is studying to become a physiotherapist, so she's had a lot of university studies on. She's also had her partner, Hayden Wild. In a terrible crash, she made a mad dash over to Japan to be with him, to be by his side, then organise for him to come back to Belgium to have surgery. Pretty horrific surgery. I think the injury itself, 5 broken ribs with a 6th chipped one, pierced lungs, broken scapula. It's just, the list goes on. It was a nasty accident, but anyone that knows Hayden Wild, he does not do things by halves. So big shout out to Hayden. I know he's watching online. He's one of the crowd favourites of triathlon. Great to have Hanne De Vet, his partner, here today. But also great to have Julian back in studio now. Julian, I'm glad it was you down there on ground and not me, because I am not a fan of the cold, as you know.
Well, I can say I felt similar because, yeah, I had to switch shoes and socks, but now I'm more dry. But yeah, it's freezing cold out there, and as you can see on screen, yeah, the rain has stopped a bit more. It might get a little more later on, but we're not sure. But yeah, especially the winds, and as you can see, most of the athletes weren't really prepared for that weather, so they don't have any gloves or anything with them. So yeah, they were really freezing already along the start line. And yeah, that will be really interesting how they can deal with the weather and how that affects the muscles, everything, your shape of today's race.
Yeah, look, it is. You could see in transition with both our men, more with our women as they put on arm warmers, vests. Even Sarah Perez-Salo deciding to go with a long-sleeved jersey, but the most importantly, long-fingered gloves. And we could see in both our men's and women's race, there was a little bit of fumbling. Sarah Perez-Salo had a terrible time out of T1 where she actually fell over a bike. You just don't have control of your limbs when you have such cold conditions like we do have right now. And you can see, Julian, those roads really, really wet out on course. Now, even though we know that this is a very non-technical bike ride, you know, it's basically flat, it's straight out. There's very rarely any sort of turns, but you can see parts of the road really quite wet, and it can get quite dangerous and very, very slippery.
Absolutely, yeah. As you say, especially you have to keep the focus. When you have those long passages, I don't want to say the brain stops at all, but you have to be awake when a curve approaches, and you have those holes in the roads. The roads are good, they're solid, but from time to time you have those holes. You can barely see them in front of you with the water in them, and yeah, you have to measure that and be awake all the time.
You do, and a great shot right now. This man, he had a great swim, and he's made his way. They are chasing. Oh, look at the screecher brakes there as they go around just one of the corners again. That is Christian Hogenhaug on front right now. He is not content with sitting back there. He's chasing down Hannes Butters. I believe he's only a couple of 100 metres behind him right now. Sitting in second place. Christian rode very, very similarly last year, but I must say he is much closer to the front this year than he was last year. 750 metre swim here today. It was shortened due to the conditions, but I am just very glad that we had a swim at all, to be honest. As you can see right now, the pass is about to be made, so that is Hannes Butters, who has just been past Christian Hogenhaug, doing exactly what he told me he was going to do. He was third here last year. He had a great race. He actually said, Julian, last year, coming third here was a turning point for him, because up until then, things hadn't been going right for him. There'd been injuries. There'd been doubts in his mind whether he was going to be able to make it as a professional athlete. And all it took was that one great race for everything to click, and the mindset completely changes. And he went on to have a really, really good season. Kyle Smith last year when he won, a very similar circumstance where, you know, he had been dealing with sickness, doubting himself. You know, that doubt creeps in, even though you try not to. That doubt just creeps in, and you start questioning, do I have what it takes to make it? But it just takes one race. And last year it was Kyle Smith with the win. It was Christian Hogenhaug with third place podium position. And both went on to have stellar seasons. So there we are. Frederic Funk from Germany, also up there as anticipated. Last year, Frederic Funk dominated the bike, and he is up with Christian. We knew that these two Uber bikers would be working off of each other, and they're doing exactly that. So we have Christian Hogenhaug leading the way now, and Frederic Funk from Germany. He was second here last year. This is his 7th time racing here in Chameron, 6th time for the championship. He also raced the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, which we had here as well. He was second last year. He's come third a couple of times. I know he would love nothing more than that top step here today. He's just come down from altitude, so he's been up in Sierra Nevada training. He's only been down at sea level for 6 days. A little risky, I have to say. But we did an interview with Freddie Funk earlier this week, so let's hear what he had to say. We are here with Frederic Funk of Germany. Now, Fred, 7th time here in Chameron. You've had a handful of podiums, second last year, but that elusive top spot still eludes you. What is the plan for today?
Yeah, exactly. I was 2 times third, or I think 3 times third with the ITU World, once here and 1 time second last year. But yeah, I still have to finally win this race. That's why I keep coming back. Yeah, but I think I'm in a good shape, and I definitely, I think, have a good chance to win this. It's also my first time going into this race, I think, wearing bib number 1. So yeah, it's of course a bit of pressure, but yeah, most of that pressure I make for myself to just finally get that win.
Now, obviously, we have a couple of other really good Germans racing. We've got Florian Angert, we've got the young gun Hannes Butters, who we expect to lead the swim. But then I think your biggest rival, Justice Nischlag, is the plan for the Germans to work together, or once that gun goes off, you're on your own, boys?
I think the good thing at this race, it's unlike at most other races, you can't really work together because it's kind of a time trial race from beginning until the end. It's 90K non-drafting, obviously, but with a 20-meter draft rule. And Yeah, it just gets really tough and lonely out there, and really everyone has to just push their own power. And I think that's why this race suits me as well, because there's just not really a chance for athletes to work together. And I think, yeah, that's where I thrive, coming by myself on the bike, and everyone has to push hard to go fast. And yeah, so I try to seek my chances there.
Now, you just mentioned your bike, and obviously that is your strength. You have the bike course record here. You set that last year. You've just come down from altitude. I think you've been down at sea level for only a few days. Is the plan to attack the bike like we see time and time again, or is it going to be a more steady effort throughout the day?
Yeah, so like coming down from altitude just on Thursday, so like 3 days before the race, it is a bit of a risk. Like I know it can go really well for me. I can feel really well in the race, but it also like I feel like a bit like sluggish. Like the body can be a bit overwhelmed with the amount of oxygen, to say it in simple terms. But yeah, obviously I hope for the first, and then there won't be any section on the course where I will keep back. Like especially here, it doesn't make any sense. I think on the bike you can just make such a huge difference, and it is my strength. So I try to make the difference there. And yeah, I know that like I'm probably the strongest cyclist in the field, but maybe not the strongest runner. So yeah, it just would be stupid to not take the bike to my advantage.
Well, we wish you all the luck and hope to see you on that top step.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fred. And of course, Fred Funk doing Fred Funk things, riding very, very well now. We do have a distinct lead group. Fred Funk, of course, Hannes Butters. We know that Hogenhaug is leading the way, so Christian up front. And we also have Bogdan Kovalenko from Kazakhstan also up there, so great racing from Bogdan. Julian, wet and wild conditions out there on road. We know that we are implementing the 20-metre rule here today as well. It's really falling into the hands or playing into the hands of the strong cyclists.
Absolutely. That is what we said before, that, yeah, especially the Uber bikers, they can deal with that very well. Plus that we had a shorter swim that also helps them, of course, to maybe even get away from the rest of the field with a little chat here between Hannes Butters and Freddy Funk, two German guys, of course. They understand each other really well. He's still in a good position here, though. As a good swimmer, he's staying strong in that group.
But what I love seeing is that the men, you know, they're really respecting that 20-metre rule. It is a flat and fast course. We do have markers out on course to show these athletes exactly what 20 metres is. But so far, great to see that these professional men, little wave there. I love that little wave from Christian. Not sure what that meant then. When he's still smiling, so he's obviously still feeling well. I know that Bogdan, we've got some spotters out on course, and Bogdan...
That's him, yeah that's Bogdan.
This is Bogdan. Sorry, it is Bogdan. He did say, feeling pretty good right now, 400 watts. So he is pushing 400 watts. I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about this athlete. Again, every race there is an athlete that surprises us with where they are, and Bogdan today is that athlete. We expected Frederic Funk, we expected Hannes Butters, and we expected Christian Hogenhaug to be up front. But great to see Bogdan Kovalenko also riding really, really well.
Yeah, he's doing well, yeah. He's world ranked 294. That doesn't sound that high, but he had some good results last year. Among others, there was a DNF at Ironman Cozumel. However, he was 9th at the 70.3 Bahrain, and he was 4th at Challenge Samarkand last year. So he had a good performance there, and finished in 3 hours 36:45. So we can see if he can stay on the bike as long as he can with the Uber bikers.
Well, I think, you know, an athlete like this has got nothing to lose. He's come here all the way from Kazakhstan, and he might as well just have a go. I don't see there's no harm in trying. It's 400 watts though. I mean, he's pushing pretty high watts there this early on in the race. But look at that position on the right. This is Hanne De Vet. She looks fantastic. Beautiful position on the bike. Took the time to put some gloves on. Currently sitting in second place. We know that Daisy Davies from Great Britain in first place. Big smile from Hanne there. You know, let's be realistic here, Julian. These are not great conditions, but these are professional athletes. They come prepared for whatever is laid out on the day for them. But you can see right now, Daisy Davies leading, Hanne De Vet in second, Nielsen in third, Chloe Sparrow in fourth, and Alana Siffert. Now that's probably the biggest surprise for me at 1 minute 11 back. So Alana Siffert from Switzerland, just over a minute back in fifth place. So expected to see her a little further up the field. But we are really only in the very early stages of the bike ride here today.
Yeah, thinking about Almira last year, she was in a similar position, and slowly but steady, she grabbed her way to the front. And I think, yeah, she's taken a look first, how's everything going. She was wearing the jacket the longest compared to all the other athletes. I met her in the hotel this morning. She was really focused. So I think she's not, doing too much in the beginning, but she knows her strength. And well, as you say, there's a lot to come. And Hanne De Vet still, looking great here.
And did you notice that Hanne De Vet already taking on some carbs very, very early on? Now, interesting fact here, when you have cold conditions like we have here today, and we're talking really cold, the body churns through the calories way more quickly than, say, the conditions we had this time last year, which was, sitting at around a balmy 22 degrees Celsius. And so Hanne De Vet doing everything right. She hasn't been in long course racing for that long now. She comes from a short course background. We know that she's been in the sport for around 10 years, but really, really clever racing from Hanne De Vet so far to start getting in those calories early on.
How is that, would you say? I mean, you say they need more calories. Are you being prepared in front of the race? I mean, you get there beforehand, you know what you bring with you. As you say, they're professionals. You can't really practice how much you're going to eat. But are they prepared for such a situation?
Oh, absolutely they are. I mean, they're professional athletes,
right.
Julian, and they know that when they race in conditions like we have here today, where their body is trying to keep them warm, so they're burning that extra energy, they do need more calories. So they would have actually added a little more nutrition into their nutrition plan for today. So they will have a few more gels on the bike, and they will have a few more gels available for them on the run. Hydration's still important, but not as important if we had the conditions that we had last year. I know on the run this time last year, it was very, very hot to the extent, I mean, we saw Carolyn Pole almost collapse because it was so hot. We are not going to have the same problem here today.
Absolutely not.
It's going to be the polar opposite, where we might have some athletes dropping out because they just can't warm their bodies up.
Yeah.
We do know that we've already had one dropout in the men's race because I'm not sure of the reason, whether it was a mechanical or whether it's because the body just isn't liking these conditions. But Hanne De Vet, coming from Belgium, she lives in Andorra, recently bought her first house there in Andorra with her partner Hayden. She's used to these sorts of conditions. I don't think this is going to be a problem for Hanne at all. And we are here with Hanne De Vet from Belgium. Now, before we start, Hanne, I have to admit, your lead into this race has not been your usual lead-in. Obviously, your partner, Hayden Wilde, had a terrible accident not so long ago. You had to fly all the way to Japan to then be with him to fly him all the way back to Belgium. Yeah. You've been studying non-stop for you're becoming a physiotherapist, and on top of that, trying to train full-time for middle distance racing. But if anyone can do it, I think your attitude's amazing. And just talking to you over the last day, you've handled it in style.
Thank you.
But do you feel like you're ready to race, or it's a little bit of added pressure?
I would say probably if you asked me the question 2 weeks ago, I think I had quite high ambitions for this race. But I think with the last 2 weeks, it has changed a little bit. And I think I'm just grateful to be here, healthy and fit, like just gonna race with my heart on Sunday, give it all, and just see what happens. Just enjoy the race.
See, exactly what I said. You have the greatest attitude for someone so young. It's refreshing to see. Now, you got here yesterday. Have you had a chance to go over any of the course? I know you've only been here 24 hours, but have you been able to get out on a ride or at least get out on a run and see parts of the course? Because it is quite a unique run course here in Samarin.
Yeah, I did a bit of the run course yesterday around the horse track. It's a pretty cool location, but I think it's going to be quite tough after like a 90k ride in the wind. But yeah, definitely looking forward to it. Today we'll go out for the ride and check the road, but I think it's pretty straightforward. I think just the wind is going to be the main factor on the ride.
Now, last year, obviously, I've been here several years now. Last year, we had a really hot race day, and I know the issue for many of the athletes was the fact that they had to keep themselves cool, particularly during the run. I don't think we're going to have the same sort of issues this year. I think it could be the exact opposite. But coming from Belgium, and obviously you're based in Andorra now, is that something that you are happy about, or would you prefer it to be a little warmer?
No, I'm actually pretty glad with these conditions. I think, like, I've been training the whole winter in Belgium. It's been windy, rainy, cold.
Perfect.
So if it would have been 30 degrees, I might haven't been so happy. But yeah, I think the wind is something we're used to in Belgium. Like, it's not fun, but you just need to put your head down and just pedal around.
Well, listen, I wish you all the best of luck out there. I'm sure you're going to be amazing.
Thank you.
So that was, of course, Hanne De Vet on screen now, currently in second position out on course. We've got Anastasia Nielsen in third. Chloe Sparrow has made her way up into fourth place, and Alana Siffert in fifth place. So our top 5 women riding very, very well in less than ideal conditions. So Hanne, coached by her partner Hayden Wild. She was 20th at the European Olympic Distance Champs, 15th at the 70.3 World Champs in Taupo last year in New Zealand. She was 6th last year in Challenge Barcelona as well. As we are back with our current leader now, Julian, from all reports, out on course. He did say in the press conference, you weren't here, but in the press conference, he said if the race starts to get a little boring, he's going to attack. And I'm looking behind there on screen now, and I do not see a single other athlete. So I think he's decided, you know what, I'm a little bored right now, and I'm going to actually give it some. And so Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark, out of sight, out of mind right now, up front and absolutely tearing this bike course apart. These conditions are perfect for him. Likewise with Hanne De Vet, I know Christian Hogenhaug will not care that it is cold out on the bike. He will not care that it is wet. He loves this course. He was third here last year. I know he wants to go higher this year. So far, looking the goods.
When he's got the confidence, why not? Yeah, go for it, give it a shot. He knows his body very well, will not overdo it. And yeah, as you said, he had those struggles in the last years. He, so to say, only had 3 wins, roughly say 3 wins. Won 2019, the Ironman Hamburg. 2021, he won Almere. In 2022, he had the win in Challenge Salou. They were basically his only 3 wins. Great, it's great that with 3 wins. However, last win 3 years ago, and you said he asks himself a lot if it's still the right way, if it's still going the way he wants to. And then, yeah, like I said, he had that 3rd place at the championship last year here. He was 9th in Hawaii. He was 4th in Frankfurt. 5th in Vitoria Gasteiz at 70.3 Mallorca. On the other side, he had that race in Texas this year where he walked the marathon. He said it was a good thing to finish the marathon and walk it home. But yeah, it was a bit not what he planned, of course. I hope that wasn't a bummer in that moment for him, but right now he looks a lot great in that position.
Look, you know what? The first race of the season is always a little bit of, there's always a few question marks, and also just blowing out the cobwebs. So yes, I spoke to him earlier this week, and Texas didn't go to plan, but he also knows that it's a very, very long season. I mean, you can basically race every month of the year now in triathlon. There is no off season, and so these athletes need to really be careful. Particularly, I mean, we're in such an incredible time right now for professional athletes. There is just so much choice. They actually have the problem that there's too much choice.
That is, yeah.
And it is very, very difficult to pick and choose those races that you want to do. I know for someone like me, if I was still racing, I'd want to do them all, because they've all got something to offer. You know, with the PTO and the T100 series, the Ironman Pro series, the challenge racing, there is just, it's endless how much you can do. And so they actually have that problem of what fits best with me, how much can my body take, how much racing can I get through, and just working it out. But, you know, Texas was his first race. Yes, he was disappointed. But I think these professional athletes, they learn how to dust themselves off and just get on with business. What's done is done, and we move forward. And I know he's coming into this season with a little bit of a different aspect, particularly when it comes to his training. Christian was one of those athletes that, you know, more is always best. And I think, you know, he used to train around 29 to 30 hours a week. I think he's realized that that doesn't necessarily suit his makeup, and that actually less is more. And so he's trying a new strategy this year, where he's only averaging around 22.5 hours per week, which is a lot less than what he did, but also concentrating on quality. And his power numbers on the bike have probably been the best he's had, and he's definitely improved in the swim. Now, we saw that improvement in the swim here today. He got out with the lead chase group. He did say that his run's decent, but not exactly where he wants it, and he's definitely a couple of kgs heavier than what he would normally be this time of the year. But I think that could be to his advantage, particularly today with the conditions being how they are. Being slightly heavier, having a little bit more meat on the bones, Julian, will actually work to his favour in these cold conditions.
Interesting is, yeah, as you say, when they do a lot of races, that there has to be somebody who stops them and tells them, hey, don't do or don't overdo it, as we can see now. The chase group that it is, yeah, on the turn here, be careful, it's slippery out there, but they did that well. They were going to try work together, Hannes Butters, Frederic Funk, and
Bogdan on the back there.
Bogdan
really
on the
impressed
back.
with Bogdan's racing so far, but these are our chasers. You're indeed right. But you can see up the road there, I can't even see Christian right now. So Hogenhaug has definitely put the power down, and he is riding very, very well. And you can see the rest of the group there. So quite a large group, our second chase group, I'd say containing the likes of Tom Bishop, Kieran Linders. We should have Florian Angert in that group as well.
And interesting at that point of the race, as they now the first time ever can see each other and get a feeling of where are the others around. I'm not sure if why Freddie didn't follow Christian, if that was some way of tactics, or he didn't, maybe he lost the moment, or he was going after that if we wanted to wait for the turn and then go for it. And because I think it would be easier to follow Christian instead of hanging with Hannes Butters. I don't know if he lost that moment or he's waiting for it.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I know with Fred, as we said, he has just come down from altitude training. 6 days he's been down on sea level. That is not a lot to adjust, and it can sometimes work either way. Sometimes it can work very, very well. Other times you're a little sluggish. So maybe it's just going to take a little bit longer for Fred to find his bike legs, and he's just playing it a little bit safe. We do know that this is just a lead-in race, that he's got bigger races coming up. He is racing Challenge Roth later this year in July. He'll be lining up for his very first time over the full distance. I can tell you I am extremely excited to see how Fred fares over this distance. It's going to be almost like a home race for him. He's been coming to Roth for many, many years now. His parents both race Roth. I used to race his mum at Roth many, many moons ago. So it's one of those full circle moments. And I remember meeting Fred for the very first time in Roth when he was just a little boy. So to see him now, one of the greatest triathletes over the middle distance, taking on his full distance race, it's a pretty cool feeling for me. As we can see, Chloe Sparrow on stage. So Chloe Sparrow currently sitting in 4th place. You can see that is Anastasia Nilsson just in front. So those two athletes very close together, Nilsson and Sparrow, with Siffert an extra minute behind, at 1:40 behind. So Alana Siffert not coping too well with the conditions. We know that she had a long flight to get here all the way from China. She's been based in China with her training group. But great to see Tiina Borjalainen from Finland also racing well in our top 10. Lisa-Marie Dornauer rounding out the top 10 there.
You might be wondering that Sara Perez-Sala is missing. Our spotters just told us she had a little crash. It said she's okay, but she's out now. So unfortunately, we lost her on the track. And yeah, she can't continue the race. That's why she's not appearing in the top 10 anymore, unfortunately.
Well, we did see that she had that crash. You weren't in studio yet, but she did have a crash out of T1. I'm assuming that is the crash they are talking about. I'm not sure that the crash was what hurt her. I think what happened was she lost, it looked like when she crashed her bike leaving, she broke her hydration system. So she went out on the bike with very little hydration on board. It'll be interesting to find out later today if that is indeed the reason why. But sad to lose Sara Perez-Sala. She was one of the favourites to win here today. In fact, I believe Torsten Rade had her coming in first position. So disappointing to lose Sara, but still plenty of professional women out on course. We You know, Daisy Davies, hopefully by the end of this live coverage I'll be up. It's a tongue twister for me, Daisy Davies.
She will try to give you the hardest work to do.
She's going to give me a tough time today, isn't she? Thanks for that, Daisy. So Daisy Davies leading the way. You can see down there in 14th and 15th plot, we've got Elisabetta Caradori and Milan Agnew. So Milan Agnew, I know these conditions are certainly not what she came here for. We had a little bit of a chat at breakfast this morning, and I just said this is just about keeping your head in the game. Definitely used to more hot and humid conditions. You can see the roads there on the right of screen still very, very wet towards that first turnaround for the women. But Christian Hogenhaug really riding very, very well. 33 years of age. His very first triathlon was actually a middle distance triathlon, which he did in 5 hours 15. So he's come an extremely long way. He lives in Aarhus in Denmark, and it is where he spends most of his time. And he's deliberately chosen to stay in Aarhus for most of the year because he's been working on his swim. He knows that his swim, if anything, is his only weakness. So it's something that he's been working on very, very hard. He's coached by Torben Rokkedal. He's been with him since 2015.
So we can see our top 5 here. Frederic Funk now had a chance to get away from Butters and Kovalenko. Kovalenko and Butters still going together. Well, our spotters told us, it's only 3 seconds, but our spotters told us he opened up a gap. And on 5th position, we have Repo from Estonia. He's 1.5 minutes behind.
You spoke about Frederic Funk and how you were a little surprised that he didn't go with Hogenhaug's move.
Yeah.
But maybe there was strategy, method in his madness here, because, you know, he's let Christian go up the road. It's still only sitting at around that 34-second mark. And now our spotters out on course are telling us that Frederic Funk is now trying to break away from that group he's with. And maybe now we'll start to see him try to chase down Hogenhaug, so the two are up front on their own. And it's, you know, as they say, getting rid of the scraps. So you never know. Frederic is a very strategic racer. He's been in the game for a very, very long time now. So there could be method in his madness here. And maybe, as I said, it's just taken a little bit of time. It's taken those few kilometres for Fred to find his legs after coming down from altitude. But certainly very, very experienced over this distance and in these sorts of conditions.
Yeah, interesting to see that we also ask our viewers who's the strongest biker for them out there, and thank you for your response on that. Frederic Funk has 47%, so he's, so to say, in first position for our viewers as the best out there. Christian Hogenhaug 36%, so yeah, those two are seen as the strongest out there. 5% for Bogdan, that is nice, though they believe in him. That is really nice, and well, 11% for the others. They were not coming together, but yeah, interesting race out there as we're heading back to the women's race.
And that is, of course, I could pick her out from a lineup from miles back, and that is Alana Siffert from Switzerland with that very, very distinct riding style. But anyone that has ever trained with her coach, Brett Sutton, will understand exactly why she looks like she does on the bike. She pushes an extremely big gear. It is the Sutto way. And, of course, Alana, she is not a big athlete at all. And she would be pushing a very, very big gear, rocking and a rolling all over a bike. But hey, it works for her. You know, as I said, 9 races last year, 9 podiums, 4 of those first place, 5 of those second place. She broke records. And these were records set by great athletes. Nicola Spirig, she broke Nicola Spirig's record.
And that from the age of 23, just imagine that.
Exactly, she's the youngest of our female competitors, along with Hannes Butters at 23 years of age. And that looks like...
That is Lisa Maria Dornauer from Austria.
Lisa Maria Dornauer from Austria. I'm used to seeing Lisa Marie in the green of the Pewag, so it just took me off for a little bit there, but great riding from Lisa Marie. Now, that is not something I would have anticipated seeing here today, and that is Lisa Marie overtaking the likes of Alana Siffert. But, Julian, it just goes to show these conditions certainly make a difference.
Absolutely. And then there are those athletes taking their chance. Isabel Donauer, 32 years, from Austria. She was 4th in Challenge Cesenatico this year. Cesenatico, yeah. 5th at Challenge San Remo last year, and 52 at the Jardamer XL. So, yeah, she trains a lot also in Austria. So it can be rainy there, can be cold there. And like you say, she's taking a chance here, maybe using that speed of Elena Siffer too to stay in the race in front position. What a nice view here on the Danube, as we can see here. On the other side in the back already, there's Hungary already, for you to know. So that's interesting how close those countries are. And
well, it is for the Aussie here, because we aren't close to anything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there are other countries around. Just imagine. Also separate by water, but different, closer.
Well,
yeah, and on the farther, yeah.
Well, I was mentioning earlier before, Hanne De Vet's parents are here, and they're from Belgium. They flew from Belgium to Vienna. And they decided, no, we're not going to get in a car and drive to Samarin, into Slovakia. We're going to ride a bike. So they hired bikes, and they rode from Vienna in Austria here to Samarin to support their daughter, who is currently in 2nd place. And I just think it's a really cool story, because it's not something you would do in Australia. We are just, even to get from state to state in Australia is, I think, further than you getting from country to country here in the EU.
Probably,
so it's crazy.
True. And the connections are really well. You have trains, like you say. There are even buses going from that direction. And because it's the EU, we are working well together. And you have Hungary on the other side of the Danube. You have Austria right around the corners. It's like less than an hour from here to Vienna. And so, Bratislava and Vienna is by car less than half an hour. And yeah, we have open borders. Everyone works together well, as we can now see on the map where the leading women and leading men are. So we have Christian Hogenhaug with an average speed of 47.3 kilometers per hour at 31 kilometers at the moment. A gap of 37 seconds. And on the other side, Daisy Davis, average speed of 42.6 kilometers per hour.
What about those speeds? Even on these wet and wild conditions, the speeds of both our professional men and professional women are right up there. So great to see. We know that our leader, Christian Hogenhaug, this is when he gets eyes on the other athletes. He's got around the 800-meter gap over Frederic Funk from Germany. Frederic Funk holds the race record here on the bike. So Fred knows how to ride fast here. But this man on screen, in a slightly different postcode right now, really riding very, very well.
Little information in between, just about other athletes out there on the course. We lost Tom Bishop, unfortunately, with the DNF. Our spotters are not sure why. There was an ambulance seen, but it's not sure if it was because of him. They just saw an ambulance on the bridge close to that, and never mind. However, Tom Bishop, unfortunately, is out of the race.
That is a shame, because we know that Tom and his fiancée, Sian Rainsley, who, well done to Sian, who raced yesterday in Yokohama in very similar conditions, I may say, that we are seeing here today. But disappointing from Tom. He's just been in Phuket in Thailand at a training camp there for the last month. Very, very different conditions. In fact, as polar opposite as you could get. Of course, Phuket, very, very hot and humid. And here, very, very dry, cold and wet.
I have to correct my sense from before. The distance to go with 36.7, of course, that the men have left, and the women have 56 kilometers left, of course.
And you can see where the lead women's sign is there. There's that little triangle, and that is the dog leg. That is what's making this ride that 1 kilometre longer than it should be at 91 kilometres, because there is a little bit of road work on the bridge there. So the athletes need to make that slight detour off to their right through a little town to then connect back onto the main road again. So only a very, very small detour, but it will change the bike. Of course, Frederic Funk, who was after his bike record again today, and I'm sure this man on screen as well, Christian Hogenhaug, going to make it a little more difficult for them to get that record, being that 1 kilometre longer in distance.
Yeah, as we can see, Christian Hogenhaug, he's still in a great position, looking good. Our spotters told us he took his first gels too. Same goes for Freddy Funk. So both using their nutrition, as we said, it's cold out there, it's windy out there. The rain hasn't started that much anymore. I see some water on the cameras, but it looks pretty well so far. Some bumps on the road. But as said, it's a long, straight course.
Well, just to put it into perspective, right now it is still only 11 degrees Celsius out there. Air temperature feels like 7.
It was freaking cold out there in the swim start, yeah. Standing in the wet sand and grass. It was amazing, telling you. Next time we switch
positions? Yeah, well, next year I've already put an order in for 30 degrees Celsius, so no problem.
I'm pretty sure it will happen.
Well, to be honest, I've been coming here for many, many years now, and this is really, I know 2 years ago we had issues with the water being cold, but the air temperature was not as bad. But this is the first year that we really have seen conditions like this. So we've had a pretty good run of it, and statistics say, and look, to be brutally honest, the weather around the world right now has gone crazy. I've just come from home where we had nothing but rain. I mean, it was constant rain for weeks on end, which is highly unusual for autumn on the Sunshine Coast in Australia. So I just think we can't predict the weather. It's so unreliable right now.
Absolutely. I was in Salou last weekend. It was pretty cold too. On race day it was a little better. But yeah,
at least the sun was shining.
Yeah. It's a pretty cold May we have this year in Europe too. Not too much of rain in every place here, but yeah, especially here we had a lot of rain now. And yeah, we never know how it's going to change. At least maybe get a little dry later on the day. And yeah, it's sad that the temperatures might go at least up to 14 degrees, but that's the best we can get.
That's the best we're getting today.
Barely any sun. Ironically, like around about 5 o'clock, it should get some sun and a little bit warmer. But yeah, for age groupers, that's perfect. Probably
it'll be perfect for a lot of our age group athletes. We've got, as I said, over this weekend, 2,200 athletes racing, just on 1,000 athletes racing today. Right now, we've got the championship, the main event, but we've also got the open middle distance race as well. As we go back to our leader, she has basically been leading since the end of the swim, since T1, Daisy Davies from Great Britain.
I must admit, I haven't heard too much about her. Well, yeah, she's 24 years of age. She was already in Challenge Gran Canaria. She was racing there.
She had a great race in Challenge Gran Canaria.
Amazing, yes. And she had a win there, I think so too.
Third
place, sorry, other way around. And yeah, she was Challenge Wales. That was her first pro win. That was what I wanted to say, yeah. And she had a PB in Challenge Vieux Beaucoup last year with 4 hours, 5 minutes, 49. So yeah, the race she did, they ended up really well for her.
Yes.
Similar to Elena Sifford a bit, yeah.
The athletes coming out of Great Britain now, we've got so many. I mean, even in this race alone, I look at the men's start list. And of course, you said earlier, we've lost the likes of Tom Bishop. But there's still so many other male athletes from Great Britain, really, really solid. We know in women, I mean, think of Kat Matthews, one of the greatest, if not best, in the world right now. So many great athletes out of Great Britain. They continue to produce them. We need to know what they're doing, because whatever they're doing it right. But great to see so many of the British athletes here today racing.
Yeah, I think ever since the British were really good in bike racing too, and I think many of them now see the possibilities that are there in triathlon too, because mostly it was the biggest opportunity to go into biking or street racing, and I think they see that things are there are more options opening up in triathlon too. Trying to take the chance there.
See conditions still very gloomy, very, very overcast. Where we're sitting here, we are positioned in our studio right on the finish line. We have a bird's eye view. Later on today, once they start the run, it will start to get nice and crowded. The rain has subsided here at the finish line at least. I know it is still a little wet out there on course. The roads are certainly very wet. But right here at the finish line, while it is still overcast, there is no rain, which is a good sign.
Well, checking the satellites, it can start to rain later on. But yeah, with that weather set, we might head into a short commercial break here. I'll be back for you in a minute.
Slovakia. If the future on the Danube doesn't surprise you, then you will be surprised by the past, or the present and its plentiful flavours. Be surprised by the easternmost Gothic cathedral, oriental spas and historic strolls. And if you're not surprised by the UFO above a bridge, for sure you'll be surprised that I'm telling you. Slovak cities will surprise you.
Ak by si vozidlá mohli vyberať sami, tankovali by kvalitné palivá od Orlen. Nasledujte kvalitu. Orlen. Spoločne na ceste vpred.
I am really impressed about their performance, mainly here in the downhills, because they have a lot of grip.
For me, it goes back to my love for trail running. I realized that I want to create a shoe which is just perfect for trail running. And perfect for trail running means for me a combination of cushioning with control.
It's a system gear that is providing a next level of control, keeping the best level of cushioning, and is working on all the layers you have between the feet and the ground.
It's the best shoe for off-road running. Rocks, roots, mud, you can just fly.
More you can adapt to the ground, and more grip you have, very simply.
This shoe provides the best level of comfort which you can have on your feet. You can go off the brakes.
You can use also to go to sleep.
And welcome back to the 2025, the championship, brought to you by Orlen here in Šamarin, Slovakia. Our men's race exactly 1 hour 29 in, our women's race 1 hour 14 in. You can see on screen now with our graphic exactly where our lead men are. They are on their way back. It is only a one loop course here. 91 kilometres, Quintana Roo, 91 kilometre ride. Our lead men on their way back. Our women at the very far turnaround. Nothing has changed here in our men's and women's race. We still have Daisy Davies leading the women's race. And in our men's race, it is Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark, riding extremely well, doing exactly what he said he was going to do in the press conference that was held here earlier this week at the amazing Ex-Bionic Sphere Resort. I have to say, Julian, I've been here many, many times now, but I still think this is one of the coolest places to hold a triathlon. Everything is within the Ex-Bionic Sphere Resort. All of the athletes stay at Ex-Bionic Sphere. You've got the 50-metre and 25-metre pool. You've got the most incredible 3-level gym. You've got the 400-metre tartan track. It's brilliant. It's all here. You don't need to get in a car. Once you're here, everything at your fingertips.
Absolutely, and on race day too, yeah, the transition area is right around the corner. The swim start too, it's just a short walk along the little canal, and short walk is, we talk about, less than 10 minutes, and you're close to everything. You have many great restaurants around where you can stay, so they just feel well here, and you just know on race day, on race weekend, everything is set and in place. As we now have our leader.
That is our lead female. That's it, making that turn. So this will be her first opportunity to see, and look at that. They've actually made up a lot of time. So Hanne De Vet coming round in second place right now. What a great ride. These women have managed to bridge that gap. Fantastic racing from these women. Now, Hanne De Vet, when we had that shot of her a little earlier on, it was great to see her position. And coming from a short course background, we often find that the women, it takes them quite a bit of time to really sort out an aero position for the longer distance racing. I know it's often a work in progress for these short course athletes, but I knew that Hanne had done some work, but she looks really, really good. And shout out to Hayden for letting me know that she'd actually done some testing the week before Hayden flew to Japan, so it's a brand new bike position, and that she's found a good 90 seconds over 90K. So just in changing that position, just in tweaking that position on the bike, they've found an extra 90+ seconds over the 90 kilometres. And again, I could tell straight away from looking at it that she'd been doing some work on a position that looks really, really good.
So it's a group of Daisy Davies, Hanne De Vet,
Anastasia Nielsen, great riding from Anastasia, and of course Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain. So well done to Chloe. This is, you know, Chloe's had a bit of a tough time of it with injury. So great to see that she's doing well so far, putting herself in a position to really do well towards the end. It'll be interesting once she hits T2 to see how she goes, because I know the run has been the thorn in her side. She has had that injury, that little niggle that she just can't quite seem to get rid of. But good to see her putting herself in a position right up the front of this race. It's more of our professional women. That is Alana Siffert, that was Lisa Maria Dornauer. So we've got a good-sized chase group here right now, making their way.
Zelinka from Hungary too.
Gabriela Zelinka, that's right. Also our Finnish athlete. So the rest of our professional women make their way through that 180-degree turn, all doing very, very well. But what surprised me the most is just how close that first chase group is now to our leader, Daisy Davies.
Absolutely. And there are strong athletes there, but they can keep up the 2.5 minutes for a run. Anna Baxton is in there too, 2.5 minutes behind.
That was good to see, 2 minutes and 28 seconds. So we anticipated that she would be around that 3-minute mark out of the water behind. With the shortened swim, we can see that it is 2:28 at the turnaround. And it'll be interesting now to see if she's able to, as she called it, Pac-Man her way through the, through the field.
So the fastest bike split so far. Is by Anastasia Nielsen. Saw that right, fastest bike so far. She's in leading position, of course, with the others, but yeah, she had a gap after the swim.
But our favourite, Alana Siffert, wearing bib 100 on screen. Well, not on screen, but on our graphic now, 2 minutes and 7 seconds, excuse me, 2 minutes and 7 seconds back on our leader, Daisy Davies. I did not expect to see that here today. But you can see now on course, you cannot find a flatter course as we see Gabriela Zelenka. Great story from Gabriela. Recently just won in Challenge CEST. Again, it was a turning point for her. She started to question whether she was where she needed to be to continue racing as a professional athlete. I think that race in Italy has given her a lot of confidence. All it takes sometimes, Julian, is just that one race to turn it all around for you. And you see that one race, it then snowballs and you get into the next race, the similar situation happens. But on the flip side, if you have a bad race, if something goes wrong, a bit of bad luck, often you can carry that into the next race. And we've seen it with so many athletes where they just have that one bad race and it is just, it's like a thorn in their side that they just can't get rid of. But Alana Sifford on screen.
So unique.
It is definitely. I know that we often have comments like, why does she ride like that? But hey, you know, one of the things that her coach is very, very good at doing is being able to use what works for the athlete. And this certainly works for Alanis. Maybe not so much here today, but her race record from last year, she definitely raced more than any other female professional athlete, and she podiumed more times than any other athlete on the circuit. So Gabriela Zelenka currently in 5th place. These women would have got an opportunity to see exactly what was going on up front of them at that turn.
"34 years of age, Gabriela Zelenka. She won Challenge Cesenatico just before, so she's on a good ride." In the men's race, we were told by our spotters the wind is catching up a little bit, as you can see on all the bikes going fast, of course. But yeah, the wind's coming from ahead now. And that's now interesting how our pro men will deal with it. Still in leading position, Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark. Frederic Funk couldn't get too far away, or let's say other way around. Kovalenko was able to follow Freddy Funk, so they too have formed a chase group. Hannes Butters a bit behind now, 142 behind. And then there's a quite big gap. Thomas Davis, winner of Challenge Salou last weekend.
That was, can I just say, that was terrific. I followed Tom's, been following his career for quite some time now. I first met him way back when we had Challenge China full distance race, and he came over with his father. And I think he actually originally thought he was coming for a middle distance event.
Oh, really? Oh, my goodness.
There. He did know it. It wasn't quite that extreme, but he did realise it was a full distance event. And, you know, I've seen him gradually improve over the years, but again, he's had a bit of bad luck, a few struggles, and to see him finally take the win, we knew it was only a matter of time that he would take the win, but to take it at the 10th edition of Challenge Salou was a pretty big deal. And similarly, you know, in the women's race, we had Elisabetta Caradori, who hadn't had a pro win since 2019. So to have those two athletes take the win in Salou, I think it was very, very special. And I know both these athletes, Juanan Fernandez, who runs the race, it's his race, he was also very, very happy to have them on the top step.
And emotional it was.
Very emotional.
On the finish line, we had them there. And yeah, Elisabetta was already crying a kilometer before the finish line because she knew she was 5 minutes ahead of Melinda Boer. So yeah, really, really great race we had there. And better weather than we have now, as we can see. Christian Hogenhaug is fighting the rain again at kilometer 65.
Yeah, still can see the rain on the screen there. I know that there is a lot of wet roads too, so a lot of that could just be splashback from the roads, but still very, very wet. And you did see Hogenhaug when he took that corner, he's not taking too many unnecessary risks, so he did take that corner rather gingerly, as to be expected, because there is no reason. He has the lead now. There's no reason for him to make any stupid mistakes, and he needs to stay upright. So again, you can see that our professional men are on that little dog leg that I spoke about earlier. That is a little change from last year's race, where they had to exit the main road and just do that tiny triangle through one of the little towns there, just to avoid the road work on the main road. They'll make their way back And then there will be a straight shoot back here to us in Shamaran, where they will then start the 5-lap, 21.1 kilometre run brought to you by Orlen. But Hogenhaug, our spotter's out on course, saying he still looks really, really comfortable. He is increasing his lead over that chase group of Freddy Funk and Bogdan and Hannes Butters.
And yeah, it's great to see Bogdan Kovalenko still riding with Freddy Funk. If you have told me before that would work well, I would have said no.
And it is interesting because some of our favourites that we spoke about, particularly leading into the race in our press conference and also the interviews that we did, the likes of Justus Nischlag from Germany, Henry Skuman, Richard Varga. And so far, missing from the pointy end of the field here today, we know that chase group of Tom Davis, Harry Palmer, Jack Hutchins. So 3 of our athletes from Great Britain riding very, very well, chasing. So Jack Hutchins currently in 10th place. Finn Grossefresse also in 8th place. Harry Palmer in 7th. We've got Henry Repo from Estonia in 6th place. And from reports out on course, Justus Nischlag back in 19th. So really not liking the conditions here right now. Florian Angert, another one of our favourites, back in 17th place. So interesting results so far. There are quite a few of these professional men that I expected to see further up front as we cross back to our women. And we now have a lead group of women. That was Hanne De Vet on screen. We know Chloe Sparrow was leading, so a new leader in our women's race. We've got Daisy Davies, she right on screen now. She was leading for so long. She's now been swallowed up. And it is Chloe Sparrow that is leading here today. So currently in second, so it looks like it's Anastasia Nilsson that is leading, but Chloe Sparrow in second position. 26 years of age, only started in the sport in 2021, so really fresh into the sport of triathlon. She comes from a swimming background, very, very accomplished swimmer, based in the UK. She trains at home, solo, so does most of her training on her own. She's coached by Joe Spindler, a new coach for this season. She was second last year in Challenge St. Polten, and then 5th place at Challenge Almere. I mentioned earlier that her partner Will Draper also racing here today. Great to see Anastasia Nilsson leading. That is not a name that I anticipated to be leading here today, but that's the beauty of sport. You can have every stat known to mankind sitting in front of you, but race day is race day, and you throw in the conditions, and we are certainly throwing the conditions in here today by the bucket loads.
Anastasia Nilsson, 10th at the 70.3 Jesolo this year, and 4th at Challenge Walsey last year. So she knows how to ride up front, and we'll see now Freddy Funk in the chase group together with, I don't want to say our favorite, but Bogdan Kovalenko. I'm really getting a fan of him. He's riding well.
The dark horses. You like the dark horses, don't you, Julian?
Yeah, I mean, Freddy is really strong on the bike. He has the perfect setup. Everything is set well. That is his discipline. And Bogdan just, well, he's not doing too much of the work. Don't be too hard on him. But, of course, Freddy is the one setting the speed here.
Well, that's called smart racing. I mean,
Yeah.
Bogdan, this is Freddy's 7th time racing on this course. He knows it like the back of his hand. He knows this place like the back of his hand. Bogdan, on on the flip side, first time here, so he's doing exactly what he needs to do now. Just let Frederic set the pace, sit yourself 20 metres back, and just hold on. Frederic spent a lot of time with Frederic earlier this year. He was in Noosa training there for 10 weeks from the end of January all the way through to April. He was only recently married to Jana. They got married last November in Valsi. So great to see them get married there. Valsi, a very special place for Frederic. He's won there 3 times. They were married there last November. Coached by Dan Lorang. So Justus Nischlag and Frederic Funk, both coached by the great Dan Lorang. Certainly one of the greatest coaches right now in triathlon. He's produced and continues to produce so many incredible athletes, champions of the sport.
Yeah, and that brought Freddie another contract in the T100 race, too. He was 10th. So he was able to race there again.
This is the dog leg I was talking about, where they have to go off the main road, a little bit of an out and back. They'll turn right up here, where they'll rejoin the course proper again, and then it'll be heading back to us here in Chamarin. Not too many opportunities here for them to see what's happening behind. But I'm sure at least Fred would be surprised that the likes of Justus Nischlag is not up with him right now. We did expect it to be, I expected it to be a bit of a showdown between the two Germans, with only Christian Hogenhaug there to spoil the party.
Just took some research on Bogdan Kovalenko. And you showed a picture of him somewhere up in the mountains on snow. Really interesting to see that he's practiced there. So that's why maybe he could be used to the conditions out there today. In the sport since 2019. Or from triathlon 2017, and more pro than 2019. Also so amateur coaching since 2022.
But certainly this is the best result for him so far, this early into a race. As our professional men now make their way back towards us here in Chamarin. Our professional women started this morning 15 minutes behind our professional men. We had a delayed start due to the shortened swim, but you can see on screen right now, Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark leading the way. 1 minute 38 back, Frederic Funk from Germany, and at 1:41 back, Kovalenko. They have dropped Hannes Butters, our early swim leader. So the pace just a little bit too hot for our young German.
It's quite nice because he also talked a lot about the race in Samarkand last year with Gustav Ien, Chris Blumenfeld, and it was so exciting for him to be in that pro field. So he's just enjoying. So we can now see Chloe Sparrow again. She's currently leading that group of 4 athletes. As she said in the interview before the race, it is British weather. She's used to it. She doesn't like it that much, of course. But yeah, like you said, she's training at home, so those conditions happen more often.
And I never think it's whether you like it or not. I used to race well in very hot and humid conditions, and people used to ask me, did I like it? No, I didn't like it, but the body seemed to handle it.
Yeah.
And I think it's similarly with these cold conditions. I don't think any athletes ask for these conditions to race in, but in saying that, there are certainly athletes that cope a lot better with these conditions than others. And right now, Chloe Sparrow, I'm not sure she expected to be this far up the front in the race, but doing very, very well. Very, very inexperienced. As I said, she has not been a professional athlete for very long. Still learning, still getting the layout of the land, but not letting that stop her right now here today. I did talk to her a couple of days ago on Will Draper's win at Gran Canaria, and she said it was actually really nice to be on the sideline to support him and to watch him win. It was just a really great feeling, and it's just put her in a really great frame of mind, I think, coming into this race. But you can see her latest results. She was 7th last year in Challenge Vubaku, 4th in Challenge Xiamen in China last year. And then unfortunately this year flew all the way over to Abu Dhabi for our inaugural Challenge Sibani Yas, but had to pull out with that little bit of an injury. Just couldn't make it through the run. Did have to take some time off after that. But great to see her back. Still a little bit of a question mark for Chloe once she gets into T2, how she's going to fare on that run. She's had very limited run training. As you can see, they're making their way over the other side of the Danube now. So while we have our lead group of 4 here, we know that our chasers, Lisa Marie Dornauer, Alana Siffert, Gabriela Zelenka, Anna Bergström just about to catch that group as well. So Anna doing exactly what she told us she would be doing, moving her way slowly but surely through the group. She knows that she's within striking distance coming into transition. She has the run ability, the run speed to make her way onto the podium. Definitely the fastest runner here today. No, just hold on 1 second. Just give me 1 minute. So while this is the main event here in Shamron, as we have another lead change, Anastasia, these women working very, very well here together, helping each other out on the front. So great to see Anastasia Nilsson make her way back to the front again. And while this is the main event today, the championship, we also have the open middle distance race on as well. And it's been an action-packed weekend so far. Yesterday we had the triathlon for first-timers. We had our sprint and standard distance races along with the Special Olympics. One of the highlights of this weekend is the Special Olympics. They raced over the sprint distance. We had 25 Special Olympic athletes racing, and I'm happy to report that every single one of them, for the first time ever, every single one of those athletes finished yesterday. Fantastic achievement. We also had the Junior Challenge run for the first time here yesterday, and our kids run. So many events happening yesterday. And then, of course, today with the penultimate event, the championship. Around 1,000 athletes racing here today. Every single one of them, including our professional athletes on screen, qualified by finishing top 6 at one of our 35 Challenge Family events around the world over the past 12 months. So this is a qualification-only event.
Another DNF we can say in the women's race is Carolina Laurentiu from Spain. She's, well, we have the ambulance with her. She didn't crash, our spotters say, but she's on ground and will be out of the race. They're taking care of her. Wish her, of course, all the best. So yeah, like we said, the conditions are rough out there, and with the winds and the rain and approximately 11 degrees out there. We said it with the wind, it feels like 6 to 7 degrees. It's really hard to say how your body reacts on that. You have to take enough nutrition. You have to keep your body warmed up as much as you can. I mean, looking here at Anastasia Nielsen, she's not wearing a lot. I mean, compared to maybe...
It is interesting you bring that point up, because we saw the women, particularly the women more so than the men, really take their time in transition to put armors on, full gloves on, or at least half gloves on, vests on. Yeah, Anastasia, she's just gone with the tri-suit, and it doesn't seem to be affecting her at all.
Taking a look.
Quick look back just to see what's happening behind her.
Like you said, they're working well together. It's a group of 4 ahead of the rest. And last time we saw it's around about a minute 20, a minute 17 to the chase group. And they know they have some strong runners in the chase group, on the following chase groups, among other. Anna Bergsten is in there too. Anna Bergsten got a lot closer now. She's also, yeah, well, around about 2.5 minutes behind. And they 4 know they have to work together to get away from the others, or keep the distance.
Yeah, these women working very, very well together. They are also on their way back now. I believe that our women with 65 kilometres into this race, our men with only 3 kilometres to go. So only 3 kilometres to go for our professional men. So between 3 and 5 to be precise. Take it in a second, just wait, I'll say in a second. Our professional men and women here today racing for €100,000, paying down to 10th place. So first place taking €15,000 home. We will be crowning new winners here today. Our defending champs from last year, Carl Smith and India Lee, are not here racing with us, so we will be crowning a new male and female champion. So while we are here now on our second placed Chloe Sparrow, we will go to a short ad break. And when we are back, we will be watching our professional men coming into transition and hitting that run. Okay, go.
Slovakia. If the future on the Danube doesn't surprise you, then you will be surprised by the past, or the present and its plentiful flavours. Be surprised by the easternmost Gothic cathedral, oriental spas and historic strolls. And if you're not surprised by the UFO above a bridge, for sure you'll be surprised that I'm telling you. Slovak cities will surprise you.
Ak by si vozidlá mohli vyberať sami, tankovali by kvalitné palivá od Orlen. Nasledujte kvalitu. Orlen. Spoločne na ceste vpred.
I am really impressed about their performance, mainly here in the downhills, because they have a lot of grip.
For me, it goes back to my love for trail running. I realized that I want to create a shoe which is just perfect for trail running. And perfect for trail running means for me a combination of cushioning with control.
It's a system gear that is providing a next level of control, keeping the best level of cushioning, and is working on all the layers you have between the feet and the ground.
It's the best shoe for off-road running. Rocks, roots, mud. You can just fly.
More you can adapt to the ground, and more grip you have, very simply.
This shoe provides the best level of comfort which you can have on your feet. You can go off the brakes.
You can use also to go to sleep.
And welcome back. We are getting ready for our professional men to hit T2, so transition 2. They are almost here. 91-kilometre Quintana Roo bike ride, almost done and dusted. It is Christian Hogenhaug, the big man from Denmark, who is leading the way. He took control of the bike very, very early on. Content to just sit there in that main group until he wasn't, and then he took off and has not looked back. So he is making his way now into the town of Chamorin. Couple of little hairy, tricky corners here that he needs to be very, very careful with. It is very, very wet here on the roads back into the resort, into X-Bionic Sphere. He's off his aero bars probably for the first time this entire ride. He's only been up maybe at the one or two other turns, and you can hear those brakes as he makes his way here to us. But great riding from the Great Dane. He did completely change the way that he trains this year, going for less is more, concentrating more on nailing sessions and not just getting endless miles in. He's cut his training program from around a 29 to 30 hour week down to about a 22 to 23 hour week. That's a massive change, but so far looking like it's working for him.
Time for some stretching on the hamstrings already.
Well, this is another thing, Julian, that they really need to think about when you ride in conditions like that. We know it's been wet. We know it's been cold. We know it's been very windy out on course. And that takes its toll on your legs. And it'll be interesting to see how he looks. You can normally get some sort of an idea as they make their way into transition, and those first few steps off the bike, they never feel good. Even if you're the most seasoned of professional athletes, those first few steps. But you throw in the cold, wet weather that we've experienced here today in Slovakia, and it just makes it that tiny bit worse. But he's looking super smooth right now on the bike. I still remember his face when he crossed last year in third. That smile that it really lit up the entire stadium. He was just so happy that things had really worked out. He said he felt good the entire race. He was in control. He was present. And he really did race well over swim, bike and run last year. So far today, swim and bike, even better than last year. And now we wait to see what he can produce on this Orlen 21.1 kilometre run. You can see really slowing down, not taking any risks at all. as he makes his way into the resort. We know exactly where he is now. He will pass by the hotel here in Ex-Bionic Sphere.
There were the Danish fans already, as you see.
I love it, yeah. Well, Julian, we've got 66 nationalities being represented here today. A great number from all over the world. Plenty of Danes in the mix. And they will be very, very happy to see that one of their own is leading the way here. I just heard someone yell out Christian then, so very, very popular athlete is Christian. So you can see that white tent there off to the right. That is the penalty tent for anyone that has incurred a penalty, a blue card for drafting or blocking. Oh, you can see shaking the hands. Now, this is really interesting. His hands have gone numb, and this is what happens. He chose not to wear gloves. It is very, very cold out on course. And did you see that? Just trying to get that blood, get that feeling back in his hands, because he knows he needs to use them once he hits T2. Undoing his shoes. Simple things that we take for granted all of a sudden are not so simple. Putting on your run shoes. I've seen people in the past trying to put on run shoes, not being able to get their feet in the shoe because they realise one of their toes has actually not been able to go in. It's stuck on the outside, but because their feet are so numb, they couldn't feel it. So they're trying to shove their foot into the shoe, not realising that there's a toe stuck on the outside, not able to get it in. And this is what happens. You can see, look at that. Very unusual for Christian. One shoe is off, one shoe is on. And it's just because he ran out of time, and it takes so much longer to even undo the straps of his bike shoes. And before that dismount line, and of course you know as well as I do, they must dismount before that line, otherwise they incur another penalty, which he would then have to serve on the run course. So tricky times for Christian Hogenhaug coming into T2, not as smooth sailing as he would have hoped or would have expected, but making his way to the rack. He will rack his bike, he will remove that remaining shoe, but he will need to take that shoe with him into the change tent. He will not be able to leave it on the ground. So bike is racked, and he'll continue running. But funny sight to see, one shoe on, one shoe off for Christian Hogenhaug. That's Miguel Bucek down on ground, our live commentator extraordinaire. He really gets the crowds revved up here.
Where are we from? Where are we from? No, let's go. Just carry on, carry on.
But it'll be interesting to see what type of lead he does have. As you can see, those other athletes, they are making their way out onto the bike. They are our age group athletes, our open middle distance athletes. Remember, we have 2 races going on here concurrently today. We've got the championship as well as our open middle distance race.
Thanks God it's not raining.
So Christian choosing to sit down. Smart move by Christian. Socks will go on. This is going to take a little bit longer than what we are normally used to seeing, purely because of the cold conditions. But he will want to be out of there before that chase group comes in.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how close they are. It's a bike split of 1 hour 55:21 for Christian Hogenhaug on those 90 kilometers. And the chase group was behind about a minute 20 we had in the last split. And yeah, any closer, and here they are. Yeah, just talking about them. Here's Freddy Funk.
All right, and look at that. Frederic Funk seems to have been able to put some distance between himself and Bogdan Kovalenko. They were riding together. We know that on the last look, but it looks like Frederic Funk has really put a bit of a surge in right in the final kilometres of this bike ride, and he has been able to drop. Bogdan comes in alone.
However, it's 2.5 minutes now, so Christian Hogenhaug was able to distance Freddy Funk and Bogdan Kovalenko
who
on
we
the
are
last
seeing
part.
right now on screen. Now, just a little bit of information. So while we're at an ad break, did a little bit of digging for us. And Bogdan, the reason we don't know too much about him is because he is very, very new to the middle distance. Comes from a short course background, which makes sense with his strong swim. But great to see him also riding so very, very well. But we don't have too much on him because he's only raced, I think, 3 times over this distance. So I know he attempted to do Ironman Cozumel last year and did not finish. But before that, As you mentioned earlier, 70.3 Bahrain and Challenge Samarkand, one of our beautiful races in Uzbekistan. So Challenge Samarkand, beautiful race. But here he is, Bogdan Kovalenko, also making his way into the change tent. Doesn't look like he's affected at all so far by that brilliant ride that he's just had. So our top 3 professional men now making their way onto this 5-loop run course. And that is, of course, Hannes Butters, our early swim leader, the youngest athlete in the field at 23 years of age. So he is at 4 minutes 12 back. Still a great ride from Hannes. Definitely the future of the sport here, our next gen. Hannes will also be lining up next week, so that we've got quite a few athletes here doing the double. We have Challenge St. Pölten just over the border. Like you said, everything very, very close here in Europe. I love it. So quite a few of our athletes choosing to race here today and then back it up next weekend and racing in St. Pölten, a beautiful race. So more of our professional men making their way in now. That was Henry Repo from Estonia. And of course, Will Draper, great back half of the ride from Will Draper. I was looking to see where he was early on, and he was quite a ways back, but he's really made a move in the second half of this bike ride. Very, very strong rider. Coming in with a lot of confidence today after winning Challenge Gran Canaria. I wonder if he's got any idea that his partner, Chloe Sparrow, has been leading this race for a lot of today.
Maybe they're telling him, yeah. As we can also see, Kieran Linders also 5 minutes 10 behind. A good runner, solid runner. Jesper Svensson, 5 minutes 39 behind. Winner of Almere last year, where he had an interesting and good run.
And Kurt McDonald from Australia. I always get a bit biased here because obviously Australia is a very, very long way away. So if we can have any Australians racing here, we've got Milan Agnew in the women's race and Kurt McDonald in the men's race. And Kurt having a really strong race. He's a great runner. He's put himself in a reasonable position here. Of course, Finn Grossefresse also in that group along with Jesper Svensson.
Janči, teraz Janči beží. Okolo, výborne. Janči ide. Koľko ešte tu máme známych?
So they are coming in. There's Tom Davis on screen now. Also coming into this race with a lot of confidence after winning Challenge Salou. And this is the big Swede himself. Again, easy to pick out in the lineup. One of the taller athletes racing. Jesper Svensson from Sweden.
First Slovak athlete, also T2, Andrei Kubo.
Andrei Kubo, he's always here. Love when Andrei races, always with a smile. And another crowd favourite here in Chamarin, along with, of course, Richard Varga. I mentioned earlier there will not be a dry eye in the house at the end of the race today. Richard Varga lining up here today, racing his very last race as a professional athlete.
I hope he's able to finish. Talked to him yesterday. He was really sick. Was not looking too good.
Yes, unfortunately, he has had a little bit of sickness. But I think with the crowd support here today, with his family and friends here today, they'll be able to urge him to keep on going. Might not get the last race that he dreamed of, but I think choosing this race as his last race was absolutely the right thing, the appropriate thing to do. There we've got Florian Angert on screen now. Florian won the race here back in 2021. And of course, Jonathan Gurselen from Switzerland. Jonathan won the inaugural Challenge Sabani Yas earlier this year, but the big news for Jonathan, he is our new 6-hour world record holder for cycling on the velodrome. He broke 3 other records on his way to getting the main record, which was the 6-hour record. He broke the 100-kilometre record, the 100-mile record, and the 200-kilometre record. So did tell me he was coming into this race not only with tired legs, but obviously because he's been preparing for that world record attempt. He's swimming and running. They've had to take a bit of a back seat, but great to have Jonathan here. He was a bit of a surprise packet in Sabanias in Abu Dhabi. And there he goes. He's here with his father. So many of our professional athletes have their families here.
As we can now see Christian Hogenhaug passing by the first time our studio in leading position.
And he looks good, he looks smooth. It's the greatest thing about our studio here, Julian, is that we get to see them come through past the finish line on 5 occasions. We get to see, we're so close, we get to see their facial expressions, if they're grimacing, if they look good. And I have to say, Christian Hogenhaug looked very, very good as he passed by our booth.
Interesting information from our spotters too. After transition area 2, Bogdan Kovalenko has overtaken Frederic Funk. He was 2 minute 12 behind, and Freddie 2 minute 45. So yeah, that was a quick transition, because after the bike actually was 25 seconds. Now we can see it, 20 seconds behind.
Well, it makes sense knowing that he comes from a short course background where transitions are crucial in comparison to middle distance, where they certainly won't win you the race. But Frederic Funk, as we said, always going to be a little bit of a question mark on how he's going to feel coming down from altitude very, very late in the piece. Frederic with a big season ahead of him. I know after here he will be heading straight to the States and straight back to altitude at Park City, where he'll then prepare for the T100 before then coming back over to Europe to line up for his very first long-distance race, full-distance race in Roth. Very, very excited to see how he is going to go. We've got so many first-timers racing, professional first-timers racing in Roth this year. It's going to make it a very exciting race indeed, because there's just so much of the unknown. As we are back with our lead female, Chloe Sparrow. So Chloe, riding very, very well, pushing a really big gear. You can see that cadence, a lot slower than a lot of our men that we had on screen earlier. But looks really, really good. She's not very tall at all, so she's very, very aero. She gets down nice and low on her bike. She's one of our shorter athletes racing today.
Women are at kilometer 75 now. Still a group of 4. Yeah, still riding together. That is Chloe Sparrow. That is Anastasia Nielsen, Daisy Davies, and Hanne De Vet.
So Hanne De Vet having a very, very smart race right now. She's only 4 seconds down on the leader, so just preparing herself for the run, so not finding the need to go to the front and push the pace. She's one of the fastest runners on course. And while she's only very new to this distance, definitely a very good runner. It's going to be interesting, of course, hasn't had as much time to spend on training as she would normally do. Trying to juggle studies and training, but so far looking very, very good and putting herself in a position and giving herself every opportunity here once we hit T2 on making it onto that podium. You can see those 4 women right now. 20 metres between them all, 20-metre rule here today for both our professional women, our men, and our age group race. And we deliberately big gaps between our pro men and pro women, and more importantly, between our pro women and our age group women. It can be so frustrating to continue watching races where the age group men play a part in our professional women's racing, but that will absolutely not be the case here today. deliberately making those time gaps as big as possible to make sure that our professional men, our professional women, and our age group athletes have a fair race with no interference. So as more and more of our professional men make their way onto this 5-lap run course, you can see the conditions aren't so bad out there now. I can actually see, I wouldn't go as far to saying blue sky, Julian,
That
but...
is really optimistic.
Hey, I'm renowned for being an optimistic person, but it definitely looks a lot brighter than what it looked this morning.
Especially it's not that heavy of rain that we had in the morning. But it's really going to be interesting out on the course. As we said, we have different surfaces out there, especially the grass is wet. The ground in total is steeper. Yeah, it needs a lot of energy to run on that courses now. You can see also here the street is wet, so you really have to choose your lane wisely. Have to be awake.
Great to see a close-up of Hanne De Vet's position. As I mentioned earlier, brand new position. She's done quite a lot of work on her bike position. And honestly, it really looks very, very good. Look how aero she is. There's barely any room between her handlebars and that helmet. Really looks good. Nice job, Hayden. You've nailed it. And of course, Hayden Wild, her partner, is also her coach. Originally, Hayden was supposed to be here today. He was going to come on Sunday to cheer Hanne on. Unfortunately, the world had other ideas. And look at that, Hanne making sure that she is not getting into any trouble with those head referees, making sure that she is really 20 metres back from the women up front. Just riding a really, really smart race right now. She knows that the women up front have got a lot more experience than she does. Maybe, well, to be honest, Chloe Sparrow and Hanne De Vet, two of our newbies to this sport, well, to this distance, I should say, not to the sport. Hanne, of course, has been in the sport for a very long time over the shorter distances. But our professional women now making their way back to X-Bionic Sphere. We have been told that down on ground here on the run course, we have spotters out while our professional men are making their way around the first loop here in X-Bionic Sphere, that the wind is also playing a part down on ground. So I can see off to the left of me, the flags here on the finish line are blowing quite hard. So we do know that it is, not only is it going to be, has been tough for them on the bike, but it will be tough on the run as well. And this run is quite exposed to the elements. And like Julian just mentioned, it's a very unique run here. The entire run within the grounds of the X-Bionic Sphere. They run over numerous surfaces, which makes it very, very difficult to stay in any sort of a rhythm. I know that most athletes like to get onto that run course and then they choose a rhythm that they'd like to keep and they stick to it as long as possible. Problem with this run course is that it's very, very difficult because you're running over grass, so it's like a cross-country run. You're running over the horse track, and the horse track is this crazy mix of very, very fine sand and felt material that they water down. Great thing about today is often it can be quite slippery underfoot on this horse track, but with all the rain that they've had, it will be watered down quite nicely. So I don't think they'll have too many issues with losing traction on this particular part of the course. You've then got asphalt and then pavers. Now the pavers can pose a little bit of a problem because it is still wet on ground. The pavers are very, very slippery. And there is a couple of 180-degree turns on these pavers. And I have seen athletes in the past lose traction and slip on this section of the run course, and particularly when you go through the aid stations where it does get very wet as well. So really just athletes really need to keep, you know, on the ball, and with those ever-changing surfaces can make it very, very tricky.
The chase group has now also passed kilometers 76. Elena Siffert, among others in that group, they were 4.5 minutes behind. Wow, that is a lot, 4.5 minutes. Lisa Mineria Dornauer also in that group, as well as Gabriela Silinka from Hungary, and also Lida Raini from Finland.
Interesting to see that Anna Bergsten now 4:48 in arrears. So that's these women right now on screen doing a spectacular job and actually increasing their lead over our chasers. So you can see on screen right now.
They're riding a lot faster than when we see our statistics. They're riding 3K per hour faster than the girls in the chase group. That is a lot.
Really setting themselves up in a very, very good position coming into this run. They know that there's women behind them. There's some good runners in there, faster runners on paper than what they are. But this buffer, you know, we could see it upwards of 5 minutes by the time that they hit T2. Now, a 5-minute buffer going in to do a 21-kilometre run, that's a position I'd like to be in.
Absolutely.
And so while we're going to leave our women now and take a look at our men currently on the first of 5 laps. So it is a 5-lap run course here today. And we have Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark leading the way, looking really, really good. He came into this race saying he's a couple of kg over what he would normally be at this time of year. He is a big athlete anyway, one of the bigger athletes on course, taller athletes. But as I said earlier, I think being a couple of kilos heavier with the conditions that we've been presented with will only work in his favour, because I think he's really handled the bike ride conditions, the cold conditions, really, really well.
It's going to be interesting with the cold, like you said, because our spotters told us, especially in some parts of the course, they're pretty open when there are no houses. And it was quite windy there, we were told. And top 3 athletes really looked like they were freezing when coming off from the bike. And you really have to heat up your body now up again after that long bike course.
And you can see now he's on the paver section of this course. So this is the section I said where it can get quite slippery. These pavers are slippery. And you can see already they are very, very wet. And right at the end of this paved section, he will have to make a 180-degree turn. And look at that, who he's running with now. So this, while Christian Hogenhaug is about to complete lap 1 of 5, this is Richard Varga, front of screen, who is about to start. So he's only just starting the first of 5 laps. So Richard Varga, the great man himself from Slovakia, here racing as a professional athlete for the very last time. So look at that big smile. He can hear everyone cheering for him. He's absolutely loved here in Slovakia. He's here with his wife Magdalena and their children, and as well as his brother. His brother's been such an important part of his career, travels everywhere with him. So great scenes right now down on ground with Christian Hogenhaug, our lead professional male, as they make that 180-degree turn I talked about, and Richard Varga. I dare say the party later on today will be all about Richard Varga and the incredible career he has had. Multiple Olympian, multiple aquathon world champion. He was second here to Gustav Eden back in 2022. Brilliant race from him that day. And I really just hope that he is able to savor every single step of this run. I know the crowds are going to be behind him.
And you said, yeah, he just wants to enjoy it. I think he can do it, especially now in the position that he is. Knowing it's his last race, knowing he's not fighting for podium or so, he just will have a free hat for that. Grabbing some Red Bull here, Christian Hogenhaug.
Well, this is an important thing, you know, we keep harping on about how cold, how windy the conditions are here, but that does not mean that you don't get dehydrated. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Often athletes, because they're concentrating so much on how cold they are, they do forget to eat and drink. And as I said, really important for him to continue hydrating, to continue taking in those calories. As we see Bogdan currently in second place.
And 20 more seconds for Christian Hogenhaug after 5 kilometers. So it's now a 3-minute lead for the Danish athlete. And Frederic Funk still 30 seconds behind Bogdan Kovalenko. So we now see the chase group, Red Bull, Linders, McDonald's and Draper, 4 minute 10 behind.
And interesting, you know, obviously Kieran Linders a little bit of a question mark coming into this race. He crashed out in Ironman Texas. He's still got the scars to prove it, and it hasn't been smooth sailing for him coming into this race. So great to see Kieran Linders up there. Obviously not feeling any side effects so far from that crash that took him out of Ironman Texas. There's Frederic Funk. He knows this run course better than anyone. And look at that shot. So we know Bogdan currently in second place, but Frederic Funk is not going to let him out of his sight. So great to see these two athletes.
Looks a bit more round with Freddie in the back. Bogdan Kovalenko.
It is deceiving. It is quite a long way back. But, Grain, you can see even further back. I always love this shot because we can see those pursuers. We can see that chase group with the likes of Kurt McDonald, Kieran Linders.
They are speedy back there.
Also Henry from Estonia. So,
but that's not the chase group back there, right?
Yes, I think it is.
Are they so close right now?
No, I think it's going to be interesting to see, actually. No, that is definitely the chase group.
But it's a group of 4. It would make sense, yes.
It is
but
the group.
I thought the last K was...
It's also deceiving, Julian. It looks very, very close, but if we actually were to get a side-on shot of these athletes right now, it is quite a bit longer. But in saying that, this chase group is running very, very quickly. They are flying, and what a group. Look at this.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
And that is Kurt McDonald in the white suit, right of screen. That is Kieran Linders right next to him, and that is Will Draper holding on for dear life behind. But we have got a race for the podium on our hands here in our professional men's race. This is brilliant. This chase group obviously already has overtaken Hannes Butters, our early swim leader. And look at that. This shows the pace that these 3 men are running. They have dropped Will Draper. So Will Draper just finding that pace just a little too hot for his liking. He's not given up yet, but just dropping back off this group. You don't want that elastic band to break, but it looks like it has now for Will. But these 3 men running very, very well. Henry Rappo, coached by the great Einar Lahr Johansson, one of, if not the tallest triathlete I've ever met. He was a brilliant athlete back in the day, and he did say that he predicted his athlete Henry to reach the podium, so let's see.
Jack Hutchins here also coming through. He has got right now the same pace like the chase group. Of course, he's like half a minute behind, but he's also on a really fast pace. And also about to overtake Hannes Butters. So he has some potential left back there. And yeah, in total, the chase group is running round about 3.5, 3:35 pace, and Kovalenko and Funk are more about a 3:55. So close.
As I was saying about these British athletes, you know, some of them are a little less well known on a world stage, but Jack Hutchins, really solid athlete. He had a great year last year. He won Challenge Vubaku, was second at Challenge Mallorca and third at Challenge Barcelona. So while they might be a little lesser known to our big names, the likes of Jack Hutchins, Harry Palmer, very good athletes out of Great Britain.
V našej transition zóne, v našom tepe, ktorá príde o 90 km na bicykli, ale už by to naozaj mala byť iba chvíľa a už by sme...
There you've got it on screen right now. Kovalenko just over 3 minutes back on our leader, Hogenhaug, with Funk 3:41 back. Then it is Henry 4:01 back, and Kurt McDonald also running with him. We know Kieran Linders is also there. Those three men running very well together.
Currently is a little bit off racing.
Great to see Tom Davis and Jack Hutchins right up there. Look at that. Look at the flags. Britain. So brilliant racing from these men from Great Britain. Great overhead shot of the horse track here. Such an incredible facility here at Expo Sphere. It still blows me away. But Christian now running on that surface that I said was a really fine mix of fine sand and felt material. It's very nice underfoot, particularly when we've had the rain to really sort of flatten it for us. And for a bigger athlete, or a slightly heavier athlete like Christian, really nice underfoot for him. Look at, you can see right now running very well as he comes around for lap 2. So he is lap 2 of 5 for our leader in our professional men's race. He would be feeling the pressure.
Tak a veríme, že teda pri tom dobehnutí budeme všetci, ktorí sa tu nachádzame, ktorí ste prišli pozrieť si tieto úžasné preteky, toto úžasné podujatie. Takže budeme pri tom, keď nám Rišo do cieľa dobehne, tak ako teraz čakáme na to, stále čakáme.
So it won't be too long now before we see our professional women make their way into the resort here at Expo Sphere and into T2. Our professional men now on lap 2 of 5.
But he's really fighting hard. Itama, come on, my friend, let's go. He's fighting with a spirit.
Christian Hogenhaug at around the 8-kilometre mark of the run. 2 hours, 38 minutes into this race. And reports out on course right now, those chase group have been successful in catching Frederic Funk. So our chase group of 3 are now in 3rd place. So the race is on. And I'm sure that chase group will not be content. They all want to finish on the podium, which means they must catch Bogdan Kovalenko, currently in 2nd place.
So plenty of familiar faces.
But the fight for the remainder of these podium positions certainly not over yet. Oh.
Tak stále čakáme tuto v depe. Tí najrýchlejší muži, triatlonisti už sú na trati, už nám bežia.
Look at this group. Wow. But it looks like Frederic Funk, they've obviously caught and passed him, but he's just managed to now pick his pace up and will try to stay with them. Need a little bit of a close-up to see if that's actually him. I can see someone off the back behind as well.
1 minute max, and we will see our female leader here in the transition. Let me double check who's they gonna be, but
it's always interesting when you get a group of athletes like this running together. They're able to work off of each other, and you can see they're all hungry. It's a good position to be in, and they'll just switch the lead, and just having the camaraderie there, and they're all running a very, very similar pace. But look at that, it's brilliant to watch.
And Daisy Davies from Great Britain. Hanne De Vet just follow, just closely behind him. Already Seaford, 4 minutes 37 seconds.
Smart racing here from Henry, though, taking that inner line as soon as he got through that aid station, making sure he's right up on that fence. Obviously, the closer they can be to the inner fence, the less distance that these men have to run.
Our professional male are on course, on the run course, and they are passing very fast the kilometers, and now already lots of them past the 7.8 kilometer mark. So Christian Hogenhaug just ran over the 7.8 kilometer mark. But Stefan Houston's here.
So there you go. You can see right now there is Bogdan just up in front. So they are definitely hunting him down.
Well, I put my money on Houston.
And you know, Bogdan was running very, very well. So it shows you just how fast that chase group is running. As we are back with our professional women as they make their way into the resort here at Ex-Bionic Sphere. Fantastic racing from these 4 ladies. Let's see if it is still a group of 4 or if, like the men's race, some of these women have been able to put some distance between themselves. We can see that as Hanne De Vet on screen right now. What a smart, intelligent race this young woman has had so far. So here we go. They must dismount before that line. No problem there. Wonderful racing as Anastasia Nielsen, Daisy Davies is first in on the bike. Sorry, there was a little bit of a hiccup there. Daisy Davies first in, Hanne De Vet second in. So these 2 women have been able to put some time between themselves and Anastasia Nielsen and Chloe Sparrow. So what was a group of 4 when we last checked is now a group of 2. So great riding. We know Daisy Davies is a very, very strong cyclist. Both herself and Anastasia wearing very similar outfits. But it will be Daisy Davies first into T2. Solid ride, along with Hanne De Vet from Belgium. Let's see what that gap is now. Back to Chloe Sparrow and Anastasia Nielsen. But wow, these women have really been able to put some time between the 2 of them in the dying kilometres of this bike ride here. Gee, I'm actually really shocked at how much time they've been able to get.
It is a lot, yes.
Hanne looking really, really good going into the change tent.
7 minutes and 40 seconds for 10K, which is incredible speed and incredible time for a triathlete. So Hanne De Vet was spending some time in Japan with him, and then she flew directly to summer in here. But here we got a still professional male.
And with that said, it's also interesting to see if the other chase group, so to say, with Alana Sifford, who was 4.5 minutes behind, how far they are behind, or if they were able to catch up or get closer to Chloe Sparrow. And now here they come, 2 minutes 13 roundabout behind.
I am gobsmacked that they were able to put that sort of time into these women really in the last 10 to 15 kilometres. So that's Chloe Sparrow obviously on screen right now coming into transition, 2:12 back, and Anastasia Nielsen right behind on her heels.
Come on. Chloe Sparrow.
But very, very smart ride from our ladies up front.
is a third and fourth place. So Chloe Sparrow, the British athletes, and Danish Anastasia Nielsen. They're also running side by side.
When I spoke to Hannah earlier this week, I actually said to her I wouldn't hold it against you if you didn't want to come and race with everything that you've been through with Hayden, with her partner. But it was Hayden that said no, she needs to race, it'll be good for her to race. And so Hannah decided to come. I think she's very happy that she made that decision right now, because she has certainly put herself into a position to win this race here today. If she's able to pull that off, it will be the biggest win for Hannah over this distance. But right now, our top 4 professional women have made it back into transition. Around a 2-minute 12 gap between our top 2 women and the chasers. Completely a different scenario to what I had envisaged would be happening here today, but that is the beauty of racing, Julian.
And maybe how much the winds and the weather can affect a race, as we're back with our male leader, Christian Hogenhaug. Last time he was 2:50 ahead of the chase group, so he only lost 10 seconds on the last 2 kilometers. The question is now, how fast can the chase group follow him? Kovalenko was swallowed by the group already.
Just so our viewers don't get a little mixed up here, because obviously that is a professional male right behind Christian Hogenhaug now. That is Thomas Sala from Poland. He is a lap down. So it's a 5-lap run course here today. We are going to get athletes that are going to be lapped. Gets a little bit tricky, but Christian Hogenhaug on the front of the run, and right behind him that was Thomas Sala, and he is a lap down.
And Christian Hogenhaug is approximately 3.5 minutes, or 3 minutes. Yeah, 3.5 minutes precisely after 7
So right now, the leader in our women's race, Daisy Davies from Great Britain, having a brilliant race here, rode very, very well. You can see in the background Hanne De Vet from Belgium in 2nd place.
As we're still waiting for the chase group around Le Siffert to end their bike.
Now, interestingly enough, Torsten Rade, big shout out to Torsten who does the stats. He's my stats man for each and every race that I do the live coverage for. And right now on paper, he had Hanne De Vet finishing just in front of Daisy Davies. So very interesting to see the stats for this race. But when it comes to the run, so even though he's got Hannah finishing just 1 in front of Daisy, he's got them running practically the same run time. And we've got Lisa Marie Dornau from Austria also now in, so our chase group, our 2nd chase group of women are now also in. Alana Siffert in that group, but wow, look at that time gap.
5 minutes 48 for Alana Siffert, Lisa Maria Dornauer and Lida Reini.
And then a little further back at 6 minutes 17 down, we've got Elisabetta Caradori from Italy, Tina Bojalainen from Finland. That big group of women coming in now. That's Alana Siffert right up front. Gloves are coming off.
Ooh, but that is quite a lot of time for Alanis. I mean, she's a strong runner.
Look at that, the shaking of the hands, just trying to get that feeling back into your fingers.
Yeah, I can see Daisy Davies still leading the race. Hanne De Vet, they just passed by us. Chloe Sparrow, Anastasia Nielsen, Alanis Siffert. I was just standing here with her brother. So
right now, majority of our professional women making their way onto this run course. That is Elisabetta Caradori right there, fresh off her win from Challenge Salou. running very, very well. She is one of the stronger runners in this group for sure. Look at that. She is not mucking around. She wants to get out onto that run course as quickly as possible.
She was freezing so hard this morning.
Oh, I could imagine.
She was standing in front of me.
Definitely not her conditions.
And she was really afraid of not being able to finish today. She talked to me about that, and I told her, just stay calm, try to get as far as you can. And I mean, everything in the top 10 for her, I think today is really a success. And as you can see, as a strong runner, there is potential to maybe even get close to the top 5, or at least top 7.
That's our top 10 professional women into transition here. But 6 minutes and 18 seconds separating our first place female and our 10th place female. But I think every one of our athletes, our professional men, professional women, are now probably very, very happy to be onto this run. Beautiful. Well, oh, no, that's an exaggeration, not beautiful, but good conditions for running. No one is going to be overheating today on this run. I think it's going to be good conditions for the run. It is slightly windy, so the wind will definitely play a part. There are sections on this run course that are quite exposed to the elements. Now we get that split back to Bergstrand, so 8:25. That is a massive split. That is a massive, and you can see right now, that is Milan Agnew on screen right now. Milan just over 8 minutes down.
Okay, so now it's getting very busy.
And here she is, Anna Bergstrand from Sweden.
Age group athletes who will be getting off the bike just a little bit later, but until then, we are here with our professionals fighting for every single position. Also, they're fighting.
We are going to head to a quick commercial break, but we will be back with you shortly.
100,000 euro which will be distributed.
Slovakia. If the future on the Danube doesn't surprise you, then you will be surprised by the past, or the present and its plentiful flavours. Be surprised by the easternmost Gothic cathedral, oriental spas and historic strolls. And if you're not surprised by the UFO above a bridge, for sure you'll be surprised that I'm telling you. Slovak cities will surprise you.
Ak by si vozidlá mohli vyberať sami, tankovali by kvalitné palivá od Orlen. Nasledujte kvalitu. Orlen. Spoločne na ceste vpred.
I am really impressed about their performance, mainly here in the downhills, because they have a lot of grip.
For me, it goes back to my love for trail running. I realized that I want to create a shoe which is just perfect for trail running. And perfect for trail running means for me a combination of cushioning with control.
It's a system gear that is providing a next level of control, keeping the best level of cushioning, and is working on all the layers you have between the feet and the ground.
It's the best shoe for off-road running. Rocks, roots, mud, you can just fly.
More you can adapt to the ground, and more grip you have, very simply.
This shoe provides the best level of comfort which you can have on your feet. You can go off the brakes.
You can use also to go to sleep.
Well, what a race we have on our hands here with our professional men and our professional women, particularly with our professional men. But there is no doubting that this man on screen right now, Christian Hogenhaug, having an exceptional race. He is out front. Daylight is behind. It's what's happening behind this man that is where all the action is at. It's a very, very close race for those final two podium positions. Christian Hogenhaug, he's running very, very well, has complete control of this race so far. But what we're seeing behind him, that chase group with the likes of Kieran Linders, Kurt McDonald, Henry Arepo, as well as Frederic Funk. So Frederic Funk is still there, hanging on. And we do have reports that he did crash right at the end coming into transition. So Frederic Funk did unfortunately crash coming into the resort here at Ex-Bionic Sphere. Left a little bit of his bike behind. But he is still in this race, trying desperately to stay with this chase group. You can see right now, Will Draper also managed to claw his way back. So Linders, McDonald, Repo and Draper are our chase group, running very, very well behind the Great Dane. Just behind Will Draper, we have Frederic Funk.
And they got another 10 seconds closer to him. Now they passed kilometer 13. As we now see Daisy Davies in front. Second position, Hanne De Vet, 22 seconds behind.
So Daisy being able to distance herself from our second place, Hanne De Vet. Of course, coming into transition, the time gap was a lot lower. And Anastasia Nielsen, 2:52 back in third place.
It would be really interesting to know what happened on those last 10 bike kilometers, because all for a sudden that huge, and we really have to say huge gap of more than 2.5 minutes opened up. And Davies and De Vet really got away from Nielsen and Chloe Sparrow. You can still see, Hanne De Vet can still see.
This is the beauty
Davies.
of this course and what, makes you hungry for more. So great, even though we know that that gap has blown out just slightly between Hanne and Daisy. This is an advantage for Hanne to have eyes on her competition up front. And you can see those very long straights on the horse track here. So you continue to chase.
Máme zase bežeckú trať, kde tí najlepší a najrýchlejší naši triatlonisti už vo veľkom ukrajujú.
And the white we can see Nielsen in front of the bike. That is her.
Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain in fourth. Great race from Chloe here today. We know she's coming into this race under a little bit of an injury cloud when it comes to the run. She hasn't been able to do a lot of run training. And you can see right now Chloe 3:57 down.
And this is, again, Daisy Davis. Wearing the same shirt like Anastasia Nielsen.
Just a little bit difficult coming in. I did expect to see these four women come into transition together, but I also know the way that Daisy Davies races, and she's very, very strong on the bike.
I love to see the biker on the right side trying to get coverage from the rain. trying
to stay dry. Of course, they are the horse stables right there that he is trying to take shelter under. We talk about this, the Olympic Training Center for Slovakia. Right now, we've been here this week. We've had the national Slovakian female volleyball team here. They get a lot of the national teams training here. But one of the main things that this facility is for the horses. Equestrian, they've got a beautiful equestrian center. So great shot there, Christian Hogenhaug. Still, you can see breathing heavily there, but still completely under control. He knows he's got a sizable gap over his pursuers. So you can see already 3:38 over the likes of Kieran Linders, Kurt McDonald, Henry Rapo and Will Draper. I am so impressed with Will Draper's race. I thought he was gone from that chase group. I thought that elastic band had started to stretch and was breaking. Right now, he's still only 6 seconds down on those chases. And I know Will Draper will not give up without a fight. And then, of course, behind we have Jack Hutchins. Frederic Funk currently in 9th place. It's not where he would want to be. He knew that he was taking a bit of a risk here today, coming down from altitude so late in the piece. But with bigger fish to fry later this year, he didn't have a lot of choice in the matter. But great to see Jack Hutchins, Harry Palmer, Will Draper, and also Tom Davis, all from Great Britain, all racing really, really well. Unfortunately for Tom Bishop, who I also think would have been in this group, Tommy Bishop had to pull out. We're not sure exactly why. We know he's okay, but unfortunately is out of the race.
We're taking a look over the shoulder. He's got still more than 3 minutes.
And someone we haven't spoken about this entire race, who I expected to be talking about quite a lot, is Henry Schoeman from South Africa there, left of screen. Being one of the smallest athletes in the start list today, I don't think these conditions would have been suitable for Henry. He would not have enjoyed them at all, but great to see him still out on this run course. Of course, he is a lap down on our leader here on screen, Christian Hogenhaug.
Last seen he was in 22nd position, almost 17 minutes behind. Of course, not the race he was hoping for. But like you say, coming from South Africa, not his weather conditions.
Definitely not. But great to see him still out on course. It is interesting, you know, when you get such extreme conditions, either end, so whether it be incredibly hot and humid or freezing cold, those time gaps are always going to be exacerbated. They're always going to be a lot more than what we anticipate if we had normal conditions. So this is our chase group now, and that is Henry Rapo from Estonia. I know Einar Johansson, his coach, predicted that this young man would be on the podium here today. So great to see him having a really good race. Both these men chasing very, very hard. Kieran Linders, he had a terrific race earlier this year in Sabanias. So Challenge Sabanias, the first time that we've ever held a race in Abu Dhabi. It was a wonderful event on an incredible island. And Kieran coming home in third place. I believe that was his first ever podium over the middle distance. And of course, Will Draper now having overtaken Kurt McDonald. So Will Draper really just giving it everything here today. So good to see that the effects of that crash in Texas for Kieran not having any ill effects on him here today. He's been a long-time supporter of the challenge. And look at that, did you see? He slowed down to take that drink and then that little surge because he does not want that elastic band to break between himself and the Estonian.
You can see how close our leading women are.
This looks almost identical to when we first saw them leave transition. So, of course, that is Daisy Davies in front, still controlling this race here for our professional women. But Hanne De Vet just looking like she's working her way into this race. 17 seconds, the difference now. Hannah's just got to really concentrate on not letting that gap blow out any further than that. We know that Hanne De Vet's parents are down on ground cheering their daughter on. Great to have them here. But look at these two running side by side now. Beautiful to watch. Kieran Linders from Great Britain on the left. Henry Rapo from Estonia on the right.
Henry finished 8th in Valencia at 7.3 this year.
He had a great race there. That was an incredibly stacked field.
Yes, a run of 1:10. That was
wow.
Pretty impressive. Also second at Challenge Turku last year, we also ran 1:12 half marathon.
But look at this, this is Will Draper. He was the man the lap before that looked like that elastic band had burst and he was off the back. And he has fought his way back up there. That's Kurt McDonald coming through now. So Will Draper having managed to catch and now overtake Kurt McDonald, but Kurt McDonald all the way from Australia. Great, still a solid race for Kurt here.
They got, again, 10 seconds closer to Christian Hogenhaug, but it's still a 3:20 lead of Hogenhaug onto Henry Rapo, Kieran Linders. And then 30 seconds, well, about 15 more seconds to Will Draper.
So that is Jack Hutchins on screen right now, wearing bib number 10.
He's 4.5 minutes down, 7th position.
And of course, behind him to the right, Finn Grossefresse from Germany. So these athletes obviously out of the podium game for now.
Tom Davis is also with them. And Frederic Funk must be close too here. Here he comes.
Here's Freddie now.
10th position at the moment for him, 5 minutes down. Overtaking Richard Varga.
So tough position for Frederic Funk to be in. You know, he had expectations here after having such a great race last year. He races consistently well here in Samorin. So obviously will not be happy with that, but it is such a long season with so many big races coming up. His goal is, of course, Challenge Roth in July.
And now that is Anastasia Nielsen in 3rd position, 3 minutes behind our leading women. And
still looking really good for now. So early on in the run for the women.
I mean, for her, it's quite hard within the race now. She knows 3 minutes to the front is a lot. At the same time, you have almost 2 minutes behind you. So actually quite well situation for her.
So great being here right down on the finish line as we can see all of our professional men and women come past. You can see the ground still very wet. It is not raining here anymore. In fact, those clouds have lifted. We still don't see much blue sky, just a smidgen coming through.
Tell me, can't wait to go down on ground again for the interviews later.
I think it'll be a lot warmer by the time you go down there than it was this morning.
Hope so.
But definitely no blue sky. Just you can see in the background, it's just trying ever so hard to burst through. But really good conditions for good run times here. Daisy Davies really looking the goods. She'll know that Hanne De Vet is not that far behind. She's certainly not safe. And she'll have to continue pushing. And I know the sort of athlete that Hanne De Vet is. She is an absolute fighter. And if she gets any wind that Daisy is starting to suffer up front, she will hunt her down.
Further in the back, Elena Siffert is 6.5 minutes behind in 5th position. Round about 2 minutes behind Chloe Sparrow, so that is close for her. She's running together with Lida Raini from Finland, but also Elisabetta Corridori now in 7th position, working her way to front.
Well, we saw how good Elisabetta looked when she came into T2, and she was running faster than any of them into that change tent. So we know that she's in very, very good form. We know she's coming into this race with a lot of confidence, having won her very first race, pro race, since 2019 in Challenge Salou. And I think, you know, when you win a race like that, when you start to think, am I ever going to win another race in my career, and to finally pull it off and to do it in such, you know, emphatic fashion, I think she would be coming in knowing that she's in good form, and now it's just a matter of her trying to catch them one by one and see just how far up she can get.
Yeah, how far Alex can carry her. It was a sub 4 hour for her in Salou, and she, right at the moment, runs faster than Siffert and Raini in front of her. She just has to be consistent and patient. As we can now see again, Daisy Davis. Yeah, it's really interesting out there on that horse track, the surface. I never know how to really say what that is, what they're running on. It's a bit more bouncing actually with the rain today again when it's wet.
It's a mix of very fine sand and felt. Well, we say it in English, it's felt, which is like a material. And it's tiny pieces of felt that have been, you know, shredded, basically, and mixed in with the fine sand by, you know, obviously using quite a lot of water. And I was saying earlier, it's actually a really nice surface to run on when there's been quite a significant amount of water on it. And we've had some rain over the last few days. So you can see right now, none of these athletes are having any problems with traction or loss of traction on this surface. So I think particularly for our taller athletes, our heavier athletes, it's a really nice surface to run on.
Well, back with our leader. Still 3 minute 15 with almost 16 kilometers done on the run. So 5K to go. He's losing slightly time by time, but the question is that enough for the chase group to get close enough to him? But I wanted to bring in some tension, some excitement in here. Come on, don't kill me off like that. I know, but I don't want to make him the winner already.
This man has complete control of the race right now. What's happening behind is where it's starting to get exciting for all of us sitting here watching, either down on ground or online.
But like you say, yeah, it's a race for the podium. Kieran Linders in second together with Henry Rappo. And Will Draper only 15 seconds behind. So if anyone will struggle, they're in front. Will Draper can fill in. Kurt McDonald's also just 20 seconds behind.
But you know what I love? You know what I love most about this? You know, obviously I said Torsten Rader, he gives me the stats, and we had some fantastic names here, brilliant athletes. But what we are presented with now, yes, Christian Hogenhaug was one of the favourites to take the win. He was third here last year. This is not a surprise for us, let's be honest. But what is happening behind is most certainly a surprise. And that is not, I'm not having any disrespect to these athletes. Kieran Linders is a great athlete, but we knew he was coming in here after having a crash in Texas that took him out of the race. I don't know a lot about Henry Rapo. The only reason I started to take note is because his coach, Anna Johansson, said to me, this boy will podium here today. And right now, what we've got on screen, he is going to podium. But we've still got Will Draper trying as hard as he can to stay within contact of the podium. We've got Kurt McDonald, Harry Palmer, and then further back we've got Finn Grosse-Fresse. It looks like Harry Palmer and Finn Grosse-Fresse will be racing for the minor positions, 5th, 6th, 7th, but still great racing from these young men. But I just love these new names. I mean, these are not names that I would normally be calling at this time in the race.
Yes, you're totally right. We have to say that, maybe switch that a bit, Finn Grosse-Fresse, you have to put 2 E's in it. It's like a long
Finn Grosse-Fresse.
Yeah, because Fresse actually in Germany is not a nice word for your face. So and it's like,
well,
like
for
big,
all the for all the Germans watching out there, please excuse my terrible German accent.
No, you're good. She actually, Belinda does speak some German, for the ones who don't know.
Nein, meine Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut.
There you go, I love it. As we can see, Frederic Funk still, speaking of Germans, still in 10th position, with Jesper Svensson right behind him. So yeah, as we said, Freddie is struggling. But those two aren't struggling at all, and I must say, Henry Rapo, he's looking great. He's in leading position.
And could this be a strategic move right now? You can see now that that's the first time since these two have been running together that a tiny bit of a gap is starting to form between Henry and Kieran.
And I have to go down the ground for some interviews.
I will see you down there soon, obviously. I'll wave to you from the booth.
And I will tell you how cold it's going to be.
Thank you very much. So while I will stay here in the booth and continue to call this race as we are in the dying kilometres of our professional men's race here, Julian is going down on ground to the finish line. But this race just seems to have gone so incredibly quickly here today. It did start this morning with a shortened swim, 750 metres, due to the cold conditions both in and out of the water. And as per World Triathlon rules, we needed to shorten that swim to 750 metres. I know that the professional athletes were very, very happy that at least there was a swim. There was talk for a little while that that might not be possible. And you can see now the sun is starting to finally come out here in Jamarin. Kieran Linders still holding on. This is where he really needs to concentrate. He does not want that gap to open up any more than what it is now. But look at this man. He has taken control of this race early on. He took control early on the bike. He had a great swim. He's been working on his swim at home in Aarhus in Denmark, where he's from. He's really changed his program up this year, cutting down the amount of time, the hours that he trains each week, choosing quality over quantity. And it looks like this is really working for him now. He did not have a great start to the year. Ironman Texas was not a fun day out for him. But he's been able to put that in his back pocket, put it behind him now, and concentrate on what's ahead. He was third here last year. I know he came into the race here today wanting more. You can see really still concentrating. He knows he is very, very close. But any athlete with experience knows you do not start celebrating early. Anything can happen, particularly with the conditions that they've been dealt with here today. But wonderful, wonderful racing from the great man from Denmark. So right now, you can see Christian Hogenhaug. He just needs to make his way up to the infamous horse statue, beautiful big horse sculpture here that everyone wants their photo taken with. He'll go around that horse sculpture one more time. He'll then make his way round the field in front of us for one last time, over the grass, before he then makes his way in here to this incredible finish stadium right below me. Last year when he was third here, it was a turning point for him. And he went on to have a really solid year. He's had injury. He had the disappointment of Texas. But again, another pivotal moment in his season. Taking the win here today will be everything for him. He won Challenge Almere back in 2021 when it was the World Long Distance Championships. He won Challenge Salou back in 2022. He won in Hamburg back in 2019. He didn't have the race he wanted in the 70.3 World Champs last year in Taupo, finishing in 17th place. He was then 8th at 70.3 Western Australia. But right now, brilliant run. You can see now making his way onto the grass section underneath the Red Bull tent for the very last time. It's only a matter of minutes now before we see Christian Hogenhaug of Denmark crossing the finish line here in Chamarin. His first time ever, it will be his first time ever taking the top step. It'll be very interesting to see what is going on behind Christian. It was a very close affair. But you can see that sun is starting to shine. I thought we would not be seeing it here today. Really, really tough conditions presented to all of our athletes early on this morning. So wonderful. He is on his way in. Wonderful race from this man. We knew he would play a part in the race today. I don't think even I anticipated that he would be so dominant. He's 33 years of age. He's coached by Torben Rokkedal. I'm sure Torben will be very, very happy with his performance here as he makes his way into the finish arena here, onto the red carpet. I think now he can breathe easy. We should see his face light up. I am so incredibly happy for this young man. He deserves this win here today. He rode aggressively, he swam well, he rode aggressively, and he has nailed this run. And it is Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark, our winner here this year at the championship. A big sigh of relief from the Dane.
What a spectacular race.
And what a time. Obviously, no records will be broken here today. 3:23.53 on the clock, but we had the shortened swim.
Take the win here in Chamarin. What does it need to do?
Yeah, I'm a little speechless. You know, some races just suit you, and also my first pro race was in Challenge Almere, flat course, and the weather can also be a bit challenging there sometimes. And I feel the same vibe here. I feel welcome when I'm here, and I just had like incredible legs the whole week, and even set some PBs in the training that then take into this race. So I was kind of afraid that I would lose my good legs, but I had incredible legs in the bike, so I just hope for the best.
I was just going to ask, it was just a perfect race. I mean, straight from the gun, really good execution on the bike, and then the running pretty much like you extended the lead even more, and now you never look back.
Yeah, actually, last my plan was to follow Frederic Funk on the bike. I lost my chain and had a little bit of catch up to do after that. And then when I caught him, I was actually freezing a little bit. So I thought, okay, I just had to push hard to keep warm and went for it on the first lap and the run.
Okay, congratulations one more time, ladies and gentlemen.
And here we go. It looks like he has done it. Henri Repo from Estonia. Oh my gosh, it was close. Kieran Linda's giving it absolutely everything. And it looks like Will Draper right behind. I knew that these podium positions were going to be really up for grabs. Oh my God, I'm literally speechless. That was brilliant. And look at the effort that they've put in. That was fantastic. This is the sort of racing that we live for. It's the racing we want. Oh, Will Draper, hats off to you. That was unbelievable. He came, I won't say from nowhere, but it really looked like his day was done. And he clawed his way up, and Kieran Linda's giving it everything. But Henri Repo from Estonia, second place here today. Kieran Linda's in third place. Another third for Kieran over this distance. He was third in Sabanias. He's third here today. He will be extremely happy with how that went. That was unreal. So happy for these men. As we've got the tall German Finn, Grosse Fresse. I hope I said that right this time. I don't have Julian here to correct me, but great race from Finn to round out our top five. Look, they're coming in thick and fast right now. So Harry Palmer, another one of our British athletes. So that is 3 of our British athletes in the top 6. So Harry Palmer able to catch and overtake Kurt McDonald right towards that finish. So Kurt McDonald from Australia finishing in 7th position. Great racing from these men, close racing. It's what we expect. It's what we anticipated. We're going to head down to the finish line down. Julian is down there with our winner.
We are here with Christian Hogenhaug, winner of the championship 2025. Christian, did you see that coming?
I don't know if you ever see it coming, but I felt incredible during the lead up to this race. And this week I even set some personal best on the bike in the training in the lead up. So I knew if I just had the same legs as I had in training, it would be an incredible day and I could really push it on the bike, and that's what I did.
Speaking of pushing it from the bike and good bike training, was that the decisive moment of the race when you got ahead from the rest of the group?
Yeah, I knew from last year that I couldn't just do like a 5-minute effort. It had to be like a really, really long effort also to tire the other guys and also just make them kind of give up on the chase. And but when I settled in a pace, it was still pretty good watts, to be honest. So I just kept it there and then hope I would still have some legs to run with.
It seemed like really experienced racing, I must say, because you say you had some legs left. They had a gap of around about 4 minutes. In the end was 3 minutes. You really were able to keep up the pace and run your way today?
Yeah, normally I'm maybe a little careful on the first lap or 2 on the run, and this time I just decided to go really hard there and maybe extend the lead or even keep it. Also just to play a little mental game with the guys from behind and then I could more or less enjoy it on the last lap. Yeah.
Last year with third had a huge impact on your rest of the year, and you had a great year too. Now with that win, isn't that going to be even better year?
Yeah, I hope so. So I would like that. Last year I had a lot of fourth and fifth as well. So, and I got a third here. So maybe if I get a first here, all the others could be a win or podium places. Yeah. So yeah, let's hope.
We wish you all the best with this, and Christian Hogenhaug, our well-deserved winner of the Championship 2025. Congratulations one more time.
Thank you, and thanks for an amazing event. You always feel welcome here.
Thank you so much, Christian.
What an incredible men's race we had here today. Of course, Christian Hogenhaug, our winner, totally in control, but it was what was happening behind him that was out of control. Henry Rapo coming in second, right in front, 1 second separating him and Kieran Lindis for third place. Will Draper with an incredibly gutsy run to finish in fourth. And then, of course, Finn in fifth, Harry Palmer in sixth, Kurt MacDonald in seventh. Another great British athlete from Great Britain, I should say. Jack Hutchins in eighth. Jasper Svensson, well done, coming in ninth. And, of course, Frederic Funk from Germany rounding out that top 10. But that is 4 athletes from Great Britain in that top 10. That's got to be a first. That's an absolute record. Really, really solid racing from those men here today. But while the excitement of the men's race is still settling in, we have had a lead change in our women's race, and it is this woman on screen right now. Hanne De Vet from Belgium has managed to catch and overtake our early leader, Daisy Davies. So Daisy Davies now in second position, right behind. So Hanne De Vet is not out of the woods yet. She might have first place, but second place right behind her is Daisy Davies with Anastasia Nielsen in third, but a full 3 minutes 30 in arrears. So it really is between these two women that we can see on screen right now. But great running from Hanne De Vet. She's taken her time, showing maturity past her few years in longer distance racing. We know she's been in the sport of triathlon for a very long time as a short course athlete. She only recently made the switch to the longer distances. We know from her partner Hayden Wild, she's been working a lot on her position on the bike. It was the first thing I noticed as soon as we got some close-ups of her on the bike. She looked very, very good. She swam well this morning. She rode very, very well. Her and Daisy were able to break away, coming into T2 on their own. And Hannah's just bided her time. Very, very smart racing from this young lady from Belgium. If she is able to hold on and take the win here today, it will certainly be the biggest win of her career over this distance. But Daisy Davies still right there. She still has eyes on Hanne. So 3 hours 18 into this race here for our professional women. They are on to the Orlen 5-lap run, solely within the resort of the X-Bionic Sphere. Great aerial shot here of the complex. You see just how big this horse track is. It is huge. So our women's race still with a couple of laps left to run. We are going to go back down to the finish line and with Julian.
I'm here with our second place, Henry Repro from Estonia. Amazing race you had out there. Your coach said to us before the race, he will finish on the podium. Did you? Yeah, a good prediction, right?
Yeah, unbelievable. My goal was to, I thought top 10 is good, but yeah, I was I was saying to my wife that I will win this race, but yeah, second is okay.
It's okay. That is a nice way to say it. We had a great sprint finish in the end. You said it. You were chased by Kieran. There behind we held Will. Give us an insight to that feeling.
Yeah, actually, like on the maybe 13K, me and Kieran got a little gap to the fourth guy, and I said to him that we should like work together, and yeah, we extended the gap. But on the 18K, I was trying to like go from Kieran, and yeah, at the end I didn't know that the fourth guy will also come that fast. I was running 3:15, so I thought like Kieran has to run 3:10 to catch me, but it was really close in the end. So it's good.
You got away. You said that pretty well. How did the weather play a role for you? Was that even an advantage, maybe? Because the field was pretty shaken around today.
Yeah, it was actually funny that before the start I was looking at the other guys and they were like not really motivated. But for me, it's Estonian summer, so yeah, but it was actually cold on the bike. I was freezing. I was leading the chase back just because it was warmer that way. So yeah, not a big factor, but yeah, still, I think I had an advantage.
Second place in the championship, one of the biggest successes of your career. What's to come next?
I will try to qualify for the 70.3 Worlds, but yeah, I will do like we have the 70.3 in Estonia, and that's also the main goal of this season.
I can see you, and I can see you racing there. Congratulations one more time. Second place, Henry Repo, here with us. Amazing race.
Thank you.
And Belinda, we will get Kieran Linders in a minute and be back with you.
Thank you very much, Julian. Great to see. I love his attitude when he told his wife, I think I can win this race. I mean, you have to be in it to win it, and you need that attitude. You need to believe that you can take the top spot here. And second place for his first time here, well, that is not a bad result at all, and he'll be very, very happy with that, as will his coach, Einar Johansson. So big shout out to Einar. Fantastic racing from your athlete here today. But Hanne De Vet, our leader, you can see that split is now out to around that 6-second mark. So just slowly but surely, Hanne De Vet is opening up the gap here between herself and Daisy Davies. Checking a watch to make sure everything's on track. But you can see her latest results. Last year, Challenge Barcelona, at the end of the year, she was 6th. She was recently 15th at the 70.3 World Champs. She will be heading to San Francisco after this to race in the T100. So going into this race with little expectation, I have to be honest, because she's had so much on her plate. But this will give her a lot of confidence going into San Francisco. Still learning over this distance, still very, very new to it, but showing maturity beyond her years, doing middle distance racing right now.
Nám sem prichádzajú ďalší triatlonisti po absolvovaní 90 km na bicykli.
So we'll head back down to the finish line. And I believe Julian has our third place finisher ready to have a little chat with him.
You're absolutely right, Kieran Linders. It is here with me representing Great Britain. What a phenomenal race of you. We said British weather in the beginning. We talked to each other. It was cold out there, was it?
It was very cold, and but like I said at the start, because I come from a country that's not typically warm, those are my conditions that I train in. So as I said to you, it's just another day, and I think I didn't let that get to me as much as some other athletes that, from pure talent point of view, they're probably better than me. But I just knew the weather and I knew what to do in those conditions, and it played to my advantage.
Advantage, especially on the run course, I must say, because you came off the bike a bit behind everyone else. You formed like a chase group with some other British athletes all together. Did you like speak to each other back there?
We were talking an awful lot because the wind was high. You kind of get in this really awkward position where you're trying to catch and race each other, but you've got talent behind you. And there's a lot of British talent that I know very well, such as Harry, Jack, Will, and I knew that they can catch us. So I was saying to the group, like, let's race on the last lap, but we've got to stay away. So we took turns into the lead, we gave each other, and the nice thing as well is we were working together, giving each other water and nutrition when ones couldn't reach. So we really worked well together, and then it came down to the business once we got a bit closer to home.
It worked out really well, yes. On the run course, you did a fantastic job. You crashed in Texas. What went better this time?
Yeah, I crashed in Texas, so to be honest, it was very much I wasn't allowed to do an awful lot. But when you are restricted in training and what you can and can't do, you have to be really smart. And in some ways, it's quite a nice challenge. So I was a little bit nervous on the run because the longest run that I've been able to do was 16k on the treadmill using my lever system, which helps take off my body weight. And that was the only way that I could run without pain. So I came here kind of like, at least it's the run that's hurting me post-crash. So if the race is going not so well, then, don't force myself to run too hard. But that I was forced to run hard. And then I got to that 16k mark and I was like, oh, brilliant. And then very quickly I went, ew. And some of the guys that were a bit more patient and didn't get as excited as I did started to close, and that's why it was a sprint finish for second, third and fourth.
You say sprint finish already, yeah. Is it a win of the third place, a loss of the second? How does it feel when you're like in that sandwich position between second and fourth in the sprint finish?
I think for me, I came here with no expectations. I knew I'd be kind of a bit behind what I would like to be coming into a championship event. And another thing as well is if you actually look at the timing splits, had I have dropped to third, it would have been very quickly fourth, fifth, sixth. So all of a sudden you go from second the whole of the run to you're out of the prize money, and that just shows the talent the Challenge family brand has got in their races and have brought to their championship event.
So congratulations, it was a fantastic race for you, and it's a win, of course, on the podium for you in the third position, like you said, with no expectation here, and hopefully a boom for the rest of your season.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, and it's my best result over this distance. I'm usually more known for my longer side, so I just want to say a huge thank you to all of my sponsors and for the Challenge family brand that put on so much effort to let us live these amazing lifestyles, and without them, we couldn't do what we love.
Absolutely, and thank you for joining our races. Kieran Linders, our third place on the podium from Great Britain, and back to you, Belinda.
He's such a humble young man. I've known Kieran since he first started, and he's just continued to improve slowly but surely. We've had him at many of our races. He's been a very loyal supporter of the Challenge family events. We love having him at our races. So here's to many more, Kieran, and here's to many more podiums for you. As you can see on screen now, right now, that is Hanne De Vet. Of course, we have our age group athletes and relay teams also out on course. But Hanne De Vet, that split still only hovering at around that 6-second mark. So Daisy Davies is absolutely not giving up the fight. We have Anastasia Nielsen in third, and Elisabetta Caradori has run her way up into fourth place. She definitely looked the best to me heading out of transition. But great to see Elisabetta making her way through the field. Tell you what, these athletes out of Great Britain, they just make them tough. It's blowing my mind. I think about the list of British athletes right now that are absolutely crushing it in professional racing. Just in this race alone, obviously we have Daisy Davies on screen right now, but Kieran Linders, Will Draper, Harry Palmer, Jack Hutchins, of course throw in Tom Bishop, unfortunately had to pull out today, but throw him into the equation as well, because we know on a normal day, normal circumstances, he would have been right up there as well. And all of these men raced so brilliantly today. The future of triathlon in this country is looking very, very good. And you know, Kieran Linders nailed it. Challenge family, we are about the future. We are about the next gen. We are about nurturing not so much the big names that have already made it, but that next group of athletes, that next tier of athletes, giving them the opportunity, giving them the platform to really show what they're made of. And I think this race here today, the championship, has absolutely done that to a T. Some of these names, maybe not everyone's heard of before, but these are young athletes that deserve to be on the world stage and have proven today that they have got what it takes to make it in the pro world of racing. Anastasia Nielsen has been solid all day long. Wasn't quite able to follow the lead of De Vet and Davies in the dying stages of the bike, where they were able to separate themselves from Chloe Sparrow and Anastasia Nielsen, but Anastasia looking very much in control in third place. She's 4 minutes down on De Vet. She will know that Elisabetta Caradori is behind and running very, very well. We should be just over 1 lap away, so our professional women with only just over 1 lap remaining for them.
Hey, Canada, come on, go, go, go.
So Hanne De Vet leading the women's race here today. Our men's professional race done and dusted. We have crowned Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark our champion for 2025. Now we wait to see who is going to be our female champion. Last year it was India Lee. She owned this race last year. She was brilliant. And right now it is between Hanne De Vet from Belgium and Daisy Davies from Great Britain. Elisabetta Caradori from Italy in 4th place. Just under 2 minutes behind the podium right now. So Anastasia Nielsen needs to keep digging deep if she wants to remain on the podium. Caradori coming off that win in Salou. So we know that she is confident coming into this race. She ran very, very well in Salou. But Hanne De Vet looking very, very comfortable. Sitting in my room here in Exponix Sphere last night, I had dinner with both Hanne and Milan Agnew, 2 friends, 2 beautiful, beautiful women. We were eating pizza. Of course, I was also drinking wine. Those girls were definitely not. And we were talking about the race here today and expectations. And both women very, very relaxed. Obviously, these conditions we knew for Milan Agnew coming from Brisbane, they were not going to suit her strengths. She deals better with hot and humid conditions over the cold conditions we were presented today. But for Hanne coming from Belgium, she was actually, I think, rubbing her hands together because she knew that this would fall into her favour. So great to see Hanne really starting to take control right now. Look at that, it's 17 seconds. So I'm sure Hanne's parents are down on ground. They'll be able to give her that split. And there's nothing quite like being told that that split is starting to get bigger and bigger. And the confidence that you get just from knowing that it's pushed out another 10 seconds. You know that the ball's in your court. And it's almost like you get this extra burst of energy. So 17-second lead now for Hanne De Vet. Can we make sure that we get Richard Varga's finish? I think that he's going to finish not so far, but we really need, I mean, he hasn't come anywhere. But So while our professional women still with just over a lap to go, we are waiting down on ground for one special finisher here today. We know he's not too far from the finish line, and it is the one and only Richard Varga from Slovakia, the greatest triathlete ever out of Slovakia. We know his finish is not too far away. It will be his final dance as a professional triathlete. And what an incredible career he's had. He's a multiple Olympian, one of the greatest swimmers the sport's ever seen. He trained with the likes of Ali and Johnny Brownlee. He's a multiple time aquathon world champion. He was second here back in 2022 to no other than Gustav Iden. And we will be celebrating his illustrious career as soon as he crosses the finish here. We know he's not too far away, so we will be heading back down to the finish once he is into the finish stadium. As we can see, a great shot there of Daisy Davies. She is still holding on. Of course, she'll know that that gap has started to push out. But here he is. Here's the man himself. Not too far to go now for Richard Varga. One more time around the horse statue here in X-Bionic Sphere. And then he'll start to make his way towards us here in the finish arena. I am sure it's going to be a very emotional time, sort of a bittersweet. I sat down and spoke to him and I said, you know, give it a couple of years, Richard, when it all starts to sink in, when you can actually really realize what you have achieved throughout your career. I think as professional athletes, you don't really have time to smell the roses. You don't really have time to sit down and analyze what you've done, because as soon as one race is over, the next one is on its way. And it takes time. It takes quite a lot of time to actually sit down and really process what you have achieved over many, many years. And I know that Richard has been in the sport for a very long time. And I hope he gives himself that time to really sit down and savor everything that he has done in this sport, everything he continues to do in this sport. He has his Richard Varga Triathlon Academy, where he now helps other athletes, both professional and age group, to achieve their dreams. He has many athletes racing out here today. He had athletes racing over the sprint distance and Olympic distance yesterday. He's an incredible athlete, an incredible human being, a great husband, father, and friend. You couldn't get a nicer guy if you tried. Look at him. Really love to see that he's taking in all of this. All of these people are here for him today. He's so incredibly well known here in Slovakia.
Tým triatlonistom. Výborne, poďme, to je ono, vynikajúco. Takže vidíme naozaj zástupcov z mnohých krajín.
Not long to go now. Richard will make his way into the finish stadium here, onto the red carpet.
To je ono, výborne, len poďme, ďalej a ďalej. Tak, vynikajúco.
So Richard Varga, a two-time Olympian from 2012 and 2016, four-time aquathon world champion. We know he was one of the greatest swimmers in short course racing, having had many a battle with Henry Schoeman. Started the Varga Triathlon Academy. That will be where he heads now once he hangs his racing shoes up at the end of the day today. His last race was supposed to be the Laguna Phuket Triathlon, but it just didn't feel quite right. And I have to admit, watching him now make his way round to the finish line, this feels right. This is where he was supposed to retire, right where it all began. Richard going full circle here today.
Zatiaľ, čo tuto napravo sa nám beží, tak do depa nám stále prichádzajú naši triatlonisti, aby si tam nechali svoje bicykle a pokračovali ďalej.
So here he comes. You can see now it's going to be a very emotional moment on that finish line. I know his brother is here, his wife Magdalena is here. He's been in the sport of triathlon for more than 20 years. He was a swimmer to begin with, transitioned to triathlon when he was only 19 years of age. He's now 36 years of age. And you can see everyone down on the finish line just for Richard. Big cheers. Trying to get past. Richard doesn't need to go quickly. He can take his time. It's great to see Mikhail Bucek down there. Big high five.
Hi, hello.
Just love this. So much support, so much love for this man. He's done so much. Oh, look at this. Both of his kids on the... Oh, look at that. Both wearing their Varga Triathlon Academy t-shirts. How proud must they be of their father? This is just beautiful. These two little girls will cross the finish line with Richard for the very, very last time.
Very emotional. And now, let's
fantastic scene down there.
Himself.
There's his beautiful wife, Magdalena. She's lived this life with him too. It's not just about the athlete, it's about the support team behind the athlete. And Magdalena's been there for pretty much all of it. So right now, we're going to go back down to the finish line. I know Julian's down there, and we're going to hear from the great man himself on his very last race as a professional athlete.
I'm here with Richard Varga. Richard, it looked really emotional for you. Give us an insight on your last official race.
Yeah, it was very emotional, especially the last finish line, where all my friends and my family and everyone who supported me through the whole career was here, and I was lucky that I could run with my daughters. Yeah.
You had an amazing career, the most successful Slovak athlete ever out there. What are the milestones, the key points of your career? Do you have some that you can pick out?
Yeah, I mean, the Rio Olympics was something very special. I was lucky to leading the swim and bike, and then came 11, and yeah, the European champion on the sprint distance, second here behind Gustav Iden. That was something special. Definitely, that's probably the three biggest stones. Yeah.
An amazing career. What other words for you to thank? Who you want to thank out there? That you can give your words out to.
Yeah, I want to thank my family who always stand next to me. It was very difficult times. The last 2 years I suffered with injuries and with health problems and mental problems, and I was in some dark places. So yeah, I'm very thankful for them, and also for all the friends, training partners. Definitely I can't forget Brownlee brothers, and all Leeds cities and squad, the triathlon squad, they bring me as theirs, and they put me on a different level as an athlete. So I'm very thankful also them and all my partners. Yeah, and there is so many people I can thank.
So congratulations on an incredible career, Richard Varga. You are a great person. You yourself, you were always a person to talk to, always a smile, always great to have you around. You will be missed in the big triathlon circus.
I appreciate. Thank you very much for challenge, for coming here every year. It's so great for triathlon in Slovakia. Every year is more and more people involved and doing triathlon. Also, thanks for the championship. And I will keep coming here till the race will be here and bring coaching the athletes to prepare for this event.
That's an amazing thing. Thank you. Richard Varga, ending his career, one of the greatest athletes here around. Thank you, Richard.
That was, I'll be honest, I was definitely wiping tears away then. I've known Richard for a very, very long time. Not only was he an incredible athlete on the field, but one of the nicest, as we said, off the field as well. He was so incredibly well-liked and respected by all of the athletes he raced against. Hearing him give a shout-out to the Brownlee brothers, they were a force to be reckoned with, the three of them. Greatest training buddies, brilliant friends, athletes. There are not enough words for me, and that's Rich coming from me, to describe this man and what he has done for triathlon, not only around the world, but particularly for the country here in Slovakia. So hats off, and I'm sure that we will be celebrating this afternoon with a few drinks with Richard and his family and his friends, because he more than deserves it. But getting back to our women's race right now, you can see that Hanne De Vet has finally taken a stranglehold on this race. The gap is now out to almost 1 minute over Daisy Davies, so just shy of 1 minute. Hanne looking absolutely invincible right now out on course. I'm sure her coach back home is giving himself a little bit of a fist pump right now, because it is obviously working very, very well. So Hayden Wild, if you are watching, bravo, my friend, job well done. So great to see Hanne De Vet. This, as I said, will be the biggest win of her career over this distance. She is still definitely very new to the distance. She comes from a short course background, but showing maturity beyond her years right now. And it's a really interesting story, because we know that Hanne had to go back to Belgium to concentrate on her studies to become a physiotherapist. So a lot of her training leading into this race has been done solo, a lot of it on the trainer, a lot of it indoors. And I think she'll come out the other side of this realizing that maybe less is more, and just being able to do the specific training needed. I think sometimes athletes, you know, you get to the end of the season and you think, okay, next year I'm just going to do more of everything, thinking that that's the answer, when more often than not, it is not the answer. And we saw it with Christian Hogenhaug, who has backed off his training by a significant amount, going from around the 30-hour week to 22, 23 hours a week. Hanne De Vet in a very similar situation, with studies having to take priority, but not doing her any harm whatsoever right here, right now. Just incredible. So here we go. Get ready for it. Hanne De Vet from Belgium, high-fiving at the crowd as she makes her way down that red carpet. Big smiles. She will be our champion here today.
2025 Challenge Championship champion. Congratulations.
And if I'd have to say, with everything that's gone on in the past week, with both Hayden Wild, her partner, and Hanne, I'm sure that this win will mean just as much for her partner as it does for her. So brilliant race from Hanne. She played her cards right. She rode very, very well. She took her time to work into this run here today before she took the lead, overtaking Daisy Davies, who is now also onto the red carpet. So hats off to Daisy. She really dictated the pace on the bike. She held on throughout the run, just not quite able to hold the pace of our winner, Hanne De Vet. But I know that Daisy will be very, very happy with this race here today. She was third at Challenge Gran Canaria back in April. And now second place here today. Woohoo! Yes, Daisy, that was an awesome finish. And yet another Brit on the podium.
Congratulations. This is not what you come here for, but I mean, incredible performances today.
So of course, first one to congratulate her down is our CEO of Challenge Family, Jort Flam. Great to have him here. We've got all of our race directors from all over the world here this weekend. We've got some of them racing in relay teams. And look at this, not long to go now for Anastasia. She has hung tough. She knows that Elisabetta Corridori was coming for her, but she is not giving up without a fight. So Anastasia Nilsson still in third place. Wonderful racing from our professional women. Great to see that that sun is finally coming out here today.
Be careful.
So right now, while we wait for our third place to make her way towards us here, we are going to go back down to the finish line with Julian, who has our winner, Hanne De Vet from Belgium.
Absolutely right. We're here with our happy winner, Hanne De Vet from Belgium. What a fantastic win. Did you see that coming this morning?
Not really. Like, I mean, I felt good, but like to put all three disciplines together, like it's always hard to do it on the day. But like today apparently was the day, so yeah, pretty happy to finish it off.
It was a tough fight for a long time with Daisy Davis out there. You were behind for some time. She was close on you in the end. When was the moment where you felt like this is it?
I felt like she went out quite fast, and I knew from the past, like I just have to get it easy, like get into my rhythm, not like stress too early on. So like I caught her, like second by second, I was getting closer. So I felt like I was doing a good job, but like I didn't want to get too excited too early. So like the last 10K, she even kept on the pressure. So it was definitely not easy.
How much does that win mean to you? I mean, it's one might say the biggest win of your career now, the biggest step up for you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to win an event like this. It's been on my bucket list for a long time. So to put everything together on the day, like in an event like this, like, yeah, it's unbelievable. It's really nice.
Just send some greetings out there to Hayden now.
Yeah, I'll go back home, take care of him, and then smash the next race.
That's the right thing to do. Hanne De Vet from Belgium, our winner of the championship 2025. Congratulations one more time.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and we can maybe stay right here. Daisy Davis is right with us around the corner. And I think Daisy, when we can get her here, I give her a quick wave. And there she is, Hanne. Daisy, so other way around. So we had Hanne here. What a race of you two. We have to stop because we have the finish of the third position. I give it back to you, Belinda.
That's no problem at all. They're coming in thick and fast right now, Julian, but we have got our third place finisher, Anastasia Nilsson. She cannot quite believe what she has pulled off here today. Fantastic race from Anastasia. Wow. I love it when I see these athletes just far surpass what they thought was possible. And Anastasia right now, third place here today. I love the camaraderie amongst these athletes. Daisy, the first one over there to congratulate her. Kept getting these two mixed up all day long in their similar race kits, but there is no doubting. And here she is herself, fourth place, Elisabetta Caradori. A brilliant run from this woman. She was starting to doubt whether she would ever get back to the pointy end of the field in a race again. She moved from Sardinia, where she's from, where she lived, into Girona. So she's based in Girona now, just in the Bagnolis. Looks like it is working for her because she was first at Challenge Salou, her first win since 2019 as a pro athlete, and now here today, just missing that podium, coming in at fourth place, but she will be very, very happy with that. And look at that smile. She has a smile that lights up a room. Very, very happy athlete right now. So fourth place here today in the championship. Elisabetta Caradori, of course, one of her greatest fans is Juanen. He is the race director for Challenge Salou. He's also part of the core team here in Challenge family. We couldn't do it without him.
Now, it was enough for fourth place. We believe Elisabetta is very happy with the performance last few weeks, so congratulations to her. So fourth place goes to Italy.
1 minute?
And we're going to head back down to the finish line. And Julian is with our second placed finisher, Daisy Davies.
Absolutely right. A fantastic finish, second place. You look really happy. How hard was it out there on the course? Actually quite British conditions.
Yeah, I mean, coming from the UK, I'm used to that sort of conditions, it was great. But I felt good. And yeah, it was just a great race for me. I think it's the best I've put together so far, especially on the run. Like, I usually fade in the back end and I didn't, so I was really chuffed with that.
What really interests us is at the last 10, 15 kilometers on the bike, what happened there? All of a sudden it was just you two, Hanne and you, and the rest was dropped.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I wasn't really looking behind. I know two other girls had a penalty just when we came into T2, so obviously they dropped back a bit. But yeah, I stayed controlled on the bike. I was away for down to the turnaround, and I saw the other girls were catching me up, so I decided to sit in a bit and save some energy for the run.
You had challenge podiums and win also last year, this year. Amazing so far. How high is that valuable, the value of that second place today?
I mean, it's great for me. I'm learning with every race, coming from a short course background. This is only, I think, my 5th middle distance race, and I seem to be improving with each one. So as long as I can carry that momentum on, you know, who knows what I can do. So yeah, it's really good. Great confident boost.
We're really sure that there's more to come of you, because it was a really fantastic race, and we would be happy to see you around here again in the other challenge races. So congratulations for your second place.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and the crowds are great. So.
Thank you, Daisy. Thank you. Yeah, Daisy Davis, our second place for today. Belinda, back to you. We need a minute, and then we have a third place here.
No problem. Perfect timing, Julian, as we've just seen our youngest female finisher, 23 years of age, Alanis Siffert, has come from nowhere. We know that she was a long way down off the bike today. We don't quite know what happened. We expected her to be a little closer up to the pointy end of the field, but Alanis Siffert from Switzerland home in 5th place. She has run very, very well to make her way up into 5th. So well done, Alanis. Our top 5 professional women now across the finish line. And I'll have to be honest, just as the men's race, there are some names here that I did not expect to be in the top 5. And there are others that we certainly did, but Hanne De Vet taking the win here. We knew that she was a possibility for the podium. I'd spoken to Hayden Wild about her, but her lead into this event just was not your typical lead in. And obviously a few curveballs thrown to Hanne with having to go and all the way over from Europe to Japan, and then all the way back again. And anyone that knows what traveling is like, that long haul travel, it is not good to the body. So makes this win for Hanne even more impressive.
From Czech Republic. We can see you, you cannot see us.
But Ida Rinni from Finland, home in 6th place. A great race from Ida. And of course, we've got Minttu Hukka also from Finland having a very strong race, not too far behind her fellow countrywoman.
Pushing it. And we're gonna start with our flower ceremony to celebrate.
So who would have thought that we would have two Finnish athletes in the top 10? Brilliant racing from both of these women here today. So Minttu Hukka also home in 7th place.
Under 4 hours. Congratulations to Minttu Hukka from Finland.
And we're going to head back down to the finish line with Julian.
With our 3rd place, Anastasia Nielsen. A tough race, that was, and an emotional race, was it?
Very, very, very. I'm just so emotional right now. It means everything for me, this one, and it was brutal today. Yeah.
Give us an insight. Brutal in how far? I mean, it was cold, windy.
Yeah, like the swimming was hard because it was so cold, and I really tried to push hard on the bike, and then I got a penalty. Yeah, that was very sad. And then I just tried to like keep up and be positive out on the run. Yeah.
How did you keep optimistic? Because yeah, you said the penalty. You got lost from the first group. You became a chase group. What were your thoughts in T2 then? The plan, the tactics.
That I can do this. And my mind says always, I can do it. The race is not over until I'm over this finish line. Yes.
You still look pretty fresh. So it was a solid run from you. So yeah, how big is that for you? I mean, the 3rd place in the championship.
It means everything. Totally, it means everything to me. Yeah, I'm just so happy.
And it's well deserved because you did a fantastic race out there. You bet really great athletes. How much does that push you into the new season right now too?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get that.
That pushes you how much into the season now for the next races?
Yes, I'm optimistic and happy, and I'm ready for the next one.
We're happy to maybe have you back here too sometime, or in the other challenge races. That would be amazing.
Yes, definitely. This one was perfect race, and I'm just so happy.
Well deserved. Congratulations, Anastasia. Enjoy your day. Enjoy the flower ceremony.
I will, thank you.
Such a happy girl we have here, Anastasia Nielsen, our 3rd place, Belinda. Such a great race we had, and I give it one last time back up to you.
Thank you, Julian. Look, that was an incredibly emotional interview by a beautiful, beautiful young athlete out of Denmark. And honestly, the emotion that these athletes give, I can only imagine what a brutal day, as she said, brutal day it was out there. And it's so hard to stay on track and to stay mentally focused and in the game. But hats off to Anastasia Nielsen because she did exactly that, even with a penalty. So, wow, well done to her. And it was great to see Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain also cross that finish line in 8th place. And we've got Tina Bojolainen also making her way across the finish line. So well done to Tina. So Tina Bojolainen from Finland. And you can see that she's given it absolutely everything. Chloe Sparrow, we knew that she was coming in having done very limited amount of run training. She had a bit of an injury. So really, really good work from Chloe Sparrow to hold on to that top 10 position. But you can just see that these women have given it absolutely everything. Although in saying that, you're right, Anastasia Nielsen did seem a little bit too fresh. She was really enjoying it there at the finish line. But great scenes right now down on ground. But while our professional men and women are now across the finish line. Hanne De Vet from Belgium in 1st, Daisy Davies from Great Britain in 2nd, Anastasia Nielsen from Denmark in 3rd, Elisabetta Caradori from Italy in 4th, Alana Siffert from Switzerland in 5th, Ada Rini from Finland in 6th, Minttu Hukka from Finland also from Finland in 7th, Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain in 8th, and Tina Bojolainen from Finland as well in 9th. Can you believe that? In the men's race, it was the Brits. In the women's race, it is the Finns. We have 3 Finnish women in that top 10. I don't think we've had a challenge family race ever where we've had 3 Finnish women finish so high up. So well done to you today. So let's go to a bit of a highlight of our first, second and third. So our professional men's race, you could see it started as a chase group of 4. It was whittled down to a chase group of 2 and so close over that finish line. You can see the look of relief on Henry's face. Christian trying to get that blood back into his arms, into his hands. Started the day in really nasty, nasty conditions, but you can see from there, the finish, the sun decided to come out. Christian Hogenhaug, our men's champion. And right now, the sun is shining. We can see blue sky. It took a while, pretty much all day long. But we now have the sun shining down on the finish line after such a tremendous professional men's and women's race.
Still waiting for top professional men athletes and for the award ceremony. So let's start.
We will be staying online now for our flower ceremony to celebrate our top 3 men. You can see the space blankets are out. So even though from my toasty little studio it looks like it's quite a nice temperature outside with the sun shining, the boys are telling me otherwise. And Julian has joined me back in studio now, and he just put his hands on my arms and he is absolutely freezing. As we have Kieran Linders from Great Britain taking 3rd place here today.
And the 2nd place. It was one of the closest finish we ever seen in the championships. And today, here in the 2nd place, only 1 second was a part of the 2nd and 3rd, with a time of 3 hours, 25 minutes, 52 seconds. We're going to Estonia, Henry Rappo.
So Henry Rappo from Estonia, coached by the great Aina Johansson. They predicted he would be on the podium today, and their prediction was correct.
For 2025 Challenge Championship champion from Denmark, with a time of 3 hours, 23 minutes, 53 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, Christian Hogenhaug!
And here he is, the Great Dane himself. He was 3rd place here last year, behind Carl Smith and Frederic Funk. He's decided to skip the 2nd place podium and go straight for the top step, and he did it in absolute style here today.
Present our winners with the trophies and presents.
Of course, without our partners, this would not be possible. And Orlen is a general partner of this amazing challenge ceremony, the championship.
And of course, now I would like to also welcome on the stage Mr. Gabriela Chernakova, Marketing and PR Manager of Porsche Interauto Slovakia, to present the next award.
You can see beautiful cars also around the place and it's smiling.
Unfortunately, guys, there are no keys for one of those Porsches. They've been parked.
Especially the Porsche Macan, which is now
maybe you can
under the lights.
Take a photo in one of those. Okay, now I'd like to welcome on the stage Mr. Mayor of Shamor, Mr. Chama, and as well the CEO of Expounding Sphere, Mr. Michael Kraus, and the CEO of Challenge Family, Mr. Jort La, who will present the flowers and champagne for our winners. I mean, what outstanding performances! Kieran is shaking, but he's shaking because he's so excited. They all put a blue lipstick. Especially Christian. That's a nice touch. But you know the color of the challenge is red.
So the first they have fuel package, then cards, and now flowers, and champagne.
And the champagne. Guys, you know what is the new tradition? How you open the bottles? You know how? Just here on the ground, but only spray in that direction, okay? Okay, so now it's time
to leave the stage.
Kieran, what are you doing? Let them come closer. Yeah, they like the champagne shower. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you guys. Okay, well, something is going on. The photo. You just want to stay there longer. Look at you, yeah.
They enjoy the atmosphere.
They do, they do.
Come on, ladies. Round applause for our champions.
And now it's time for champagne shower. Come on, Kieran, I mean, no, let's not put, come on, we're gonna hold them here. We're gonna hold them here. Spray, no, guys, spray on each other, don't waste it. Yes. Nice one. Nice one, congratulations, well done. Very good. Enjoy the moment.
So our top 3 professional men, little fist pump there from Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark. And then in second place, we have Henry Rappo from Estonia and Kieran Linders from Great Britain in third. A wonderful podium. It was a very close race for second, third, fourth.
Also, now we're gonna clean the stage and we're gonna start with our female athletes.
And we will be doing the flower presentation for our female athletes at any time now. But Julian, while I've got you back in studio, you were down on ground for the swim start in the morning. You were down on ground then for the finish line interviews. Was there a change in temperature?
Not that much, I must say. I was hoping for, yeah. And now sad, it's like, oh, we can see on screen again the girls waiting for their moment. Yeah, it was still fresh. There was still wind. There was no rain anymore, but the sun never really came out. When you just take a look, there were so many clouds up there. It was really, quite dark. And it was sad. We have 13 degrees, but it felt like a maximum 10. And, well, the athletes aren't wearing much, And for that, it was a tough race. It was really interesting how the weather affected the race. I'm pretty sure that it would have ended differently in a sunny race, maybe. So that's always a thing. And triathlon, what I think is so interesting about, that weather plays a big role too.
Absolutely, it does. And as I said, I can have all the stats and all the numbers. But if we look at our top 10 results here today for our professional women, Hanne De Vet from Belgium in first, Daisy Davies from Great Britain in second, Anastasia Nilsson from Denmark in third, Elisabetta Caradori from Italy in fourth, Alana Siffert from Switzerland in fifth, Ida Rini from Finland in sixth, Mintu Hukka from Finland in seventh, Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain in eighth, another Finn, Tina Pohjalainen from Finland in ninth, and Meik Voren from the Netherlands in 10th place. So our top 10 women here today. Now, while they might not be household names, this race, the championship, is all about the next generation. It's all about giving all of our professional athletes around the world a platform in which they can thrive. And that's exactly what this woman has done. Anastasia Nilsson, she is so happy. Her finish line speech with you, Julian, was absolutely beautiful. She was so happy, but quite emotional as well.
Yeah, both together. On the one side, totally emotional, but also, yeah, like happy like a child. And, oh, be careful. Today was really enthusiastic here while jumping on the podium. And also a fantastic race for her.
Yeah, Daisy Davies was very, very strong all day long. She set the pace on the bike. She rode so well, with only Hanne De Vet able to go with her in the end. And there you've got the champion for this year, Hanne De Vet from Belgium.
Congratulations, ladies.
She's from a short course background, switched to the middle distance, and is proving to herself and to the world that she is a force to be reckoned with. She had less than ideal preparation coming into this, but she did not let it affect her today. And you can see she is absolutely shivering right now on stage.
Champion.
how many liters of the fuel can be in this packaging?
Great shot again of the venue. As you can see here. Still, the weather isn't the best, but still there are many people out here cheering, creating an amazing atmosphere.
Thank you. Now I would like to welcome on the stage Mrs. Gabriela Chernakova, Marketing and PR Manager of Porsche Interauto Slovakia, to present.
And you can see again how windy it is, yeah? On the bike, it was hard to see on the run too, but the wind played a big role today too.
You can see, and I think Anastasia summed it up beautifully. She said it was absolutely brutal, and brutal it was. But you know, triathletes, whether you're professional or age group, they're just built differently. They're built tough. And, you know, while our professional men's and women's race is done and dusted, we have still got close to 1,000 age group athletes out there on the course, some still on the bike, some making their way through the run here now. And I think the only good thing about it being such a tough day, and I just remember from my days racing, these are the races that shape you, Julian. These are the races that years later when you're retired, these are the races you remember. Because they're the ones that you had to overcome adversity, that you had to dig deeper than you thought you could possibly dig. And they are the ones that sit with you for the remainder of your life. And so I think for many people, there will be no record set today, but there will be memories that will last a lifetime.
Absolutely, because you're proud of yourself. You didn't see that coming, and on the other side, you saw what is possible, what your body can give you. And oh, that was close that the mayor was almost shot by Daisy Davis.
I felt that pop in my ear. Did you? I felt like it was right in my ear then. So.
We have to do some practice here.
Hanne De Vet, she got it. I think she's been training at home, Hanna, and so yeah, great race. Three wonderful women. That's the way, Hanna. That's my girl.
Congratulations, ladies.
So I'm sure her partner and coach will be very, very happy. I'm sure he wanted to be here. I know he was intending on being here. But I will make sure tonight that Hanna, she celebrates in style.
Well done, ladies. Huge congratulations. And of course, one more time, photo with our partners.
And now they get their well-deserved blankets back.
Ladies, can you already the photo? Yeah. One more photo. Yeah.
Our race venue here at the Expo Ionic on the back of the Danube.
Nice one.
Amazing facility here.
Let's go take a warm shower.
Down there we can see many athletes, the age groupers, still on the run course. As you see on the left side, that's the town of Chamarine, and we can see the top 10 of our male athletes.
And we are
still Christian Hogenhaug, winner today in 3 hours 23:53. Henry Repo from Estonia, second place. Kieran Linders, also fantastic race, sprint finish. He won that against Will Draper in 4th position. Finn Große-Friese, amazing finish for him, for the young German, one of the best positions he ever had. Harry Palmer in 6th, Kurt McDonald in 7th, Jack Hutchins also strong on the run. Jesper Svensson, he was able to overtake Frederic Funk, who was also in a good position on the bike, our top 10. Freddie, of course, not happy what it was, but yeah, he had some struggles. We said that, a little crush on the bike, so at least finish in top 10 and a well-deserved winner with Christian Hogenhaug.
I think the big thing here is 4 athletes from Great Britain in the top 10. Spectacular work. And right now, our women's results. Hanne De Vet from Belgium in that top spot. Daisy Davies, after having an incredible bike ride, able to hold on to 2nd. Anastasia Nielsen in 3rd. Elisabetta Kadudori in 4th. Alana Siffert in 5th. Ida Rini in 6th. Mintu Hooker in 7th. And Chloe Sparrow in 8th. And Tina Bojolainen in 9th. And of course, rounding out our top 10 is Meek Voren from the Netherlands in 10th place.
Such a great race. It was at the Championship 2025. 2 well-deserved winners with Hanne De Vet and Christian Hogenhaug. And for that,
it's time for us to go. But the live coverage of the finish line will keep rolling. But for us, from Julian and myself, thank you very much for joining us. Hope you had as much fun as we did, and we cannot wait to see you all same place, same time next year. Bye.
Keep staying with us, and bye-bye. See you next time.
I've been racing challenge since I first started doing middle distance, and I love their races. The team is great, it's a family like it says in the name.
I absolutely love doing challenge races.
This is a question I'm getting quite a lot. What are you aiming at? How many races do you want to have? We want to be a quality leader.
The sport is evolving so much. We want to have the best experience for the athletes and offer a unique experience around the world.
After a certain point, it's the mind that finishes the race, basically.